Well, hello there, everybody. How you doing today? Are you having a good time? Are you having a fun time? Are you having an artsy time? Aren't you glad it's not Thursday? Ooh. And Bunny, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Frost Hollow has been a moderator for 30 months. Interesting. I didn't know that was something that Twitch tracked either. I appreciate the work you put in, you know? You've done some polls from time to time. I think we've had a bot or two. Although moderating my streams is usually fairly easily. Draco X Dragon, thank you for the prime hype. I appreciate it. I pray you see no ogres on the field spell. I don't feel like it's gonna be likely. Let's go ahead. Background music here, sound effects up here. Ogre isn't good right now, yeah. Well, the problem is, even in formats where Ogre is good, it competes in the main deck for Ash Blossom. Because you always, like, even at 1, Maxi is always there, and you have to play all the counters to it, because it loses you the game if you don't counter it. So it's like, in other formats without that, you could throw in Maxi. Arguably, Ash is in the same role because of the Charmies, which, in best of 1, it feels like there's less of a choice, or less of an option to run them. It feels almost like you kind of have to. Except a lot of modern decks are getting better about playing underneath them. They're like designed with the Charmies in mind. Which, by the way, what was it? I'm trying to think. If we get hit by Fuelos, we can kind of like make a board that only really summons maybe at most twice. Depending on our hand, maybe just once. Like, we really don't have to play under Fuelos, because we've got, like, 3 different cards that quick fusion, so we could just fusion on our opponent's turn. Perulia, on the other hand, that's gonna be a problem. We can't really play under Perulia. Doesn't the new hand trap kind of cook us? Yeah, the Hydrus Phydralia or whatever. Maintenance notice. Team rankings, don't care. Also, for those wondering about today's weather, we had one 10-minute, 11-minute long song. Bridges in the Sky by Dream Theater. I decided that this month for Artmage, instead of finding songs about art, I would just try to find songs that are difficult, songs that are a little challenging, songs that are artistic, you know, quote unquote, in some way. And I figure, like, an 11-minute long song that has a whole bunch of time signature changes, probably not what most people think of. You know, it's not really pop music. So I've searched through and I've tried to pick stuff that's not in a standard pop format. Is probably stuff you haven't heard, or at the very least, songs that I haven't played on stream before. So those of you who like more obscure things. I mean, there's some, like, I'm not the most high-minded music enjoyer or whatever. So there's some killers on here. There's some why can't I think of his name? I'll have to click on this. Who is this again? Jethro Tull. Yeah, we got some Jethro Tull. There's a Beach Boys song on there. So it's not the most obscure stuff, but if you're only used to listening to video game soundtracks and pop music, this will be an interesting month for you. Let's go ahead and get our login bonus. You don't even have to special summon from the extra deck under Fua, yeah. I mean, it depends on what you have. Sometimes it's like, it might be worth it if they ash you somewhere else to make a non-finito, so you at least have some kind of negation. Plus, non-finito can offer a fusion during the opponent's turn as well. But Perulia actually kills the... Might as well be at Maxi. I'm sure there's a line we could possibly do under Perulia. No, probably not. The closest thing, I think, under Perulia... Let me just... Droll Nibiru, yeah. Let me see, like, ideally, what would a Perulia line look like? I'm gonna do a fancy counter. I think we're gonna just do the go first counter. It's been a while since we've done that. Okay, so we've got this, and even if they have Ash, we can Called by the Ash or the Droll. Yeah, and then if they do that here... No, there really isn't anything we can do, is there? I was like, we could just normal summon and special summon, but it's any summon out of the hand. So the fact that we get 2 normal summons doesn't do anything. So that would give them 1. Yeah, I'm assuming we'd have to use this on Ash or Droll or something. Discard that. Yeah, I think we do this. And we give them 2. And then we use this. Oh, we can only set a spell. Okay, never mind. That was a bad move. I mean, if we didn't go for this... Like, if we didn't already activate this turn, this gets us the trap, and then the trap gives us a couple things. Yeah, like, the trap could summon something during our turn and get us a thing. I play sometimes against you. I'm not the only person with Ban Maxi in their name. Lots of people have copies me. Also, real quick, what would be... There's not really a 1-card combo. And oh, yeah, there is. So I want to try to show the 1-card combo. No, there's not. There's not really a 1-card combo. Everything, but like, there's like a 1.5 card combo, and all it takes is... this and any spell trap card. So like we Medius the Pure. Pure gets us Power Patron. Power Patron. We should have made non-finito there. Makes Diactorus. When this goes to the graveyard, we get the field spell. Go field spell. Activate. Send that off. Get Graflare. Set a card, we get one of these. If we haven't already used this, we get that. Graflare gets us this. Activate. Yeah, it depends. When did you run into the hashtag ban Maxi and who or what were they playing? The K9 works best, yeah. Is he finally playing Artmage? I am. We add this back. We get Finmel. Draw a free card. Yeah, and so this is 1, 2, 3, 4 points of... Wait. Just not counting the stuff I said. We've got a negate. We've got Forbidden Droplet for the whole board. We've got target a spell trap and destroy it. We've got summon back this and make either non-finito for the counter trap or Nerva for a board wipe. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the trap itself in the graveyard is a non-targeting pop. So 1.5 card combo that gets you 5 disruptions. Finmel draw 1 is like a drug. Oh, is that a spell trap you're trying to resolve? No. Actually, we do like this. We save this for spell traps if we can. And then, what is the order? This has to be the one that returns me. So we always do her first. So we activate her, and then we activate this. Target her. So the trap will return her and pop a card. And then she'll resolve to summon the owl from the graveyard. And then the owl can fusion non-finito with anything. Non-finito, then this. So we set the counter trap, and the counter trap... Oh, damn it, You wanted to set the counter trap with her and add this with the owl. But this says if you control an Artmage, you can activate it the turn it was set. When your opponent activates a monster effect, banish a fusion until the end of the turn and destroy it. But what's neat is you can just like set this and now it's live. And then Littera just like literally add back the Grifflair, you rebuild the entire board. Fuck you, go to half. The whole city's behind me. This ends on nothing. I don't know how you could see that. If nothing else, you've got Finmel and Diactorus, which are both negates. But it is true that because, like, they're like, oh, what's Litera do? All she does is revive a card, and oh, what's this guy do? All he does is fusion summon, and they don't understand that, like, fusion summoning Nerva with the owl. If you don't know, chat, so they've got one of the, I really like replacement effects. This is one of the funniest fusions. Takes 3 Artmages, but once per turn, when you activate an Artmage monster effect, you can make that activated effect become destroy all cards your opponent controls. So it's a complete field nuke if you activate any Power Patron, or any Artmage effect. So what happens, right, is during your opponent's turn, if instead of making non-finito, if they have something on board, what you can do is use the owl. The owl is a quick effect fusion, and you fusion summon Nerva, and then the owl says, if this card is sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, add an Artmage spell trap. So Nerva's on the field, Owl's in the graveyard, Owl triggers to search, and then Nerva goes, actually, I think that effect said nuke the opponent's field. So you have a board wipe during the opponent's turn. It can be chain blocked, yeah. Diactress only negates cards on the field. Yeah, okay. Did someone say boom? So that's why, like, a lot of people see her and they're like, she can bounce herself from the hand to revive something from the graveyard. And they're like, how bad is that? All they got in the graveyard is the owl. And they don't know that she represents a complete field wipe. And so oftentimes, people use, like, Forbidden Droplet for 2. And they'll hit, like, her and Diactress, and then completely play into a Nerva move. Yeah, Nerva is the last resort. That's why non-finito is so good, because in that previous thing where, oh, all they did was set 1 pass. It's like, okay, well then what I can do is revive, make non-finito, get a counter trap instead. And then I haven't used everything on my board. I still have the Litera that can summon back and do all the things. And the owl just searched me follow-up. I think non-finito should be played at 2. Probably. I don't want to spend my last UR points on a second non-finito. We spent, like, so much time pulling it and never got 1, so we only crafted the 1. Especially because the best version of this deck is what I call Artmage. Later this month, I'm gonna have to whale again in order to afford all of these. So, like, unless I lose 3 or 4 duels specifically because I don't have a second non-finito, I ain't crafting a second non-finito. We're sticking with this because I'm going to need to get another, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 URs that fucking aren't in a secret pack yet. My only hope is that when they release the new set in a few days, that they also release a canine pack. We got 1 day left of Song of Divinity. What did I get here? Yeah, and I have almost anything if I ever need an Elf Note engine in the future, or people want me to play Exo Sisters, or even Drag Unities. I got, like, every UR except for the 1 non-finito. Yeah, because otherwise what we're doing is we're opening this. We're opening this and then just, like, breaking down the hand traps and whatever. Breaking down everything that isn't, like, The rare Dominus Impulse and the Fuelos. I'm sorry, not the Fuelos, the Meows. Meows will be good one of these days. We are chillin'. Like some kind of villain. Meows is so sad. Awful card. It's not awful, it's situational. Situational is the word, Chad. There will be a format where people are main decking Meows. Hell, there was a format where people were main decking Artifact Lancia. Meows will see its time in the sun. It's just a matter of how long we must wait. Ironically, the thing that keeps, I don't know why I'm picking up this. Do I have the bat? Use the bat. Looks more intimidating. Yeah, unironically, the thing that keeps, like, Meows is good anytime we get a really solid graveyard deck. The problem is, because Master Duel specifically is like, nah, you know what? Macrocosmos at 3, Dimensional Fissure at 3, D-Shifter at 1, go nuts. It's like, well, even if they printed a good deck that went with the graveyard, why would anyone play it? It'll never be meta. I don't know how you could make graveyard decks good when you're still allowing people to play all the silver bullets that completely shut down that part of the game. It would have to be so good that, like, it can play through, it would be able to, like, have to have some kind of built-in out to play against all the graveyard turn-off cards. I got to catch a stream. Let's go. Welcome. Tearlament, exactly. The thing is, Tearlament didn't even summon out of the graveyard. Tearlament activated stuff in the graveyard, but it didn't, Oh, you're talking about cards that could play through Shifter. Yeah. But, I mean, we could have another Tearlament style deck. Tear could just wait, too, yeah. Snake Eyes. I know literally nothing about Yu-Gi-Oh, but I've been watching your stuff a ton recently because the vibes are immaculate and I've been learning things. Well, I'm glad to hear. Always good to know that I can appeal to the common people. Well, maybe not the common people. I think my views would be higher if I appealed to common people. But the common people kinda suck. Everyone likes YouTube shorts. No one has the patience to sit around for a nice 3-hour-long video anymore. For Harmonia, not really. And what was it? I was hoping I'm at least uncommon. Maybe even super rare. I blame TikTok. Yeah, the TikTokification of society has been a detriment to us all. But, no, someone was asking earlier if I was going to do cosplay. I decided because I'm going to likely have to spend more than $100 on cards this month, we weren't doing like a physical prop. Instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to end the stream by drawing something in MS Paint. We're going to be artists. So specifically, I'm going to have you all vote for one card, and I'm going to do my best to try to draw that card in MS Paint. I feel like that'll be a fun little, like, side thing, you know? And then the editor can just, like, put classical music as I'm, like, going around. Either that or I could try to teach a few things. Is Ojama Lime an option? No. It has to be a real card. Now, hold on. I enjoy a 3-hour... Well, yeah, you're here. You could say Ojama country. Yugi poop on stream. Actually, let's where's it at? Go to the ladder climb on the Discord. This will be a great way to incentivize more people to join the Patreon. We'll leave it up to the patrons. We'll do Artmage stream art suggestion thread TM. If you don't know what this is, don't post in it. Come to stream and you'll know. Can I underline this? Yeah, underline. Bold. Create thread. Stream 1 suggestions. What card should I draw? An error occurred. Huh? Okay, I said to try a second time. There we go. Alright, so if you're on the Patreon Discord, there's the hashtag ladder climb section under content and feedback, and there's now a thread. So put your suggestions for what card you think I should draw there. One suggestion per person. And at the end of the stream, I'll look over that, pick one from that, or pick like 4, and then we'll have a poll in chat. Why do people like Ojamas? Because they're bad and they're ugly. They're like the epitome of an underdog. They shouldn't do anything. Are you playing Artmage or starting a Yu-Gi-Oh! Art class? Why not both? We could do both. The Wicked Avatar. But yeah, we're playing Artmage, and then we're doing an Art Academy at the end of it. Let me get... Where's the ladder climb document? There we go. Reset, we're on stream 1. We're down in Platinum 5. We no longer have a whiff counter. We have a go first counter. Wins, losses. Okay. Any suggestions so far? No. All right, and with that, chat, I think we're about to... Oh, there was one more thing. Let me just test this. I forgot to look, because I had to move y'all when we were playing, Blasphemous, which we will probably play again tonight, depending on how long it takes me to do the art. So I had to move chat, so I'm going to make sure, yeah, you're a little too high. Put you underneath the life total. I have decided to build a PC because fuck Sony. Yeah, that is one of those things. It's been interesting. There's a lot of people. If you don't know, Sony has basically declared their intent to stop selling physical games and to have download only. And there's been a very massive backlash against people who like physical media. Which it seems weird to me because I've been a PC gamer for the last like 10 years. Like the last console I bought was the Xbox 360. It's like, well, I do stuff on Steam, so all of my games are not physical media. I haven't bought a physical media in a while. So it's like weird to see someone like, how dare you not sell physical media? And it's like, that's the entire business plan if you're on PC gaming. Of course, the difference there is if Steam were to shut down tomorrow, you can still download every game that you own. And I guess you could burn copies of it. I don't know how you would burn the EXE or whatever, but you can have it on a hard drive. Physical media means they can't take it from you. Yeah. Sony scammed people already. My PC doesn't have a disk drive. Mine either. It just didn't come with one. And what was it? When I bought it, I was like, oh, that's going to be a problem. So I bought an external disk drive, and it is sitting on my shelf collecting dust because I haven't had an excuse to plug it in yet. They're going harder into AI game development, so fuck them. Yeah. There are alt options in good old games and itch.io. Yeah. I think that's the thing, right? Is that like I'm always struck. I always go back to there was a Scott Pilgrim game released on the 360, which I bought and downloaded on the Xbox 360, and then they shut down the marketplace for that. And then even though I have the game downloaded to my Xbox hard drive, I can't play it. For a while, that game was like lost media until someone found a way to like port it, or I think they might have made a port because they realized a bunch of people were complaining. But it's like then you have to buy the game a second time. Where it's like on PC, it's much easier, even if they don't give you a physical copy, to like save it onto a hard drive and make copies of it and stuff like that. You can extract it from your 360, it's comically easy. Oh, okay. So the people have been shitting on those who are pro physical media? No. People, like, that's the thing, is like, on the one hand, for me, it's just kind of like, well, I don't get the huge hubbub because I've never been like I said, I've been gaming without physical media for a while. But on the other hand, like, if people want that, that's like one of the big things about owning a console, is like, you don't have to deal with that. And it's honestly kind of the trade-off too, right? Where it's like, the reason you might want a console over a PC is because, let's say for the sake of example, like I still have my Xbox 360. They turned off support, so I can't play some of my online-only games, but the disc is always there. I can still plug in my copy of Rock Band and play whenever I want. I have a PS2 sitting somewhere in like my closet, and I still have all those games, and if I want to, I can just break them out and play those games. And it's like, what's the point of owning a console if you're going to make it online only? Because every console has a limited lifespan. Proxy servers are reviving online only, yeah. Stop Killing Games still trying to go strong. I hope for him, yeah. You don't have to worry about updates. Just play on the 1.0 version. Yeah. Without physical media, it's not. I wouldn't say it's the entire reason. It's I remember seeing an image once. I wonder if I could find it again. Oh, yep, there it is. Although there's been a lot of different versions of this that have changed stuff. Oh, let me see if I can, Mac versus PC cars. Yeah, this was back when Mac was known as a computer company more than it was known as a phone company. But this was always comparing the Mac versus what it's like to own a PC. Like, you have a PC, it's going to require a little bit of work. You got to understand a little bit of the engineering side of it. But you could do I'll install some new oil filters on this old guy and it'll run for another 2 more years. Meanwhile, this is like, yeah, you don't have to worry about anything. You don't have to know shit about maintenance. When you got a Mac, you just press the button and it turns on. The problem is, because they hide all the back-end stuff, it's like, oh no, something's broken. Time to buy a new one. I guess I upgrade. Or you gotta go to the Mac store, because they're the only people that can fix them, because they don't design them with easily movable parts. And I feel it's kind of the same thing. Like, if you want to own a PC versus like a console, like, the PC requires a little bit more understanding of stuff. You have to be able to go in, you have to learn a little bit about how to manage a PC. You might have to take it apart to like upgrade your RAM from time to time. With a console, you don't have all that. You don't have to learn shit. You put the game in and you press play and it just works. The problem, of course, is that if it breaks, or if they stop supporting it, buy a new one. There is no going in and messing around with it. Or what there is, but ironically it's more difficult than learning how to do this. You have to jump through hoops to fix a Mac, yeah. Oh, I have a PC and I didn't build it. If it breaks, I'm fucked. See, the fortunate thing, at least about me, is like, because I have a laptop, I've had this computer has broken down before, but I can look up how to fix it online. And yeah, it takes a few days and I may have to go out and buy some parts, but like this one wasn't working and I went and bought a new fan and I installed it and now it works again. I got a few more years out of this. Big messy PC versus a sleek Mac. PC when the webcam breaks. Big mess minus one little piece. Mac when the webcam breaks. Empty desk because the whole thing is at the shop. I know a guy who will fix a PC if I brick it, yeah. Laptops, on the other hand, not so much different parts from Tower P. It depends what kind of laptop. A lot of laptops are kind of built more like the Mac. Where they're like, they put everything so close together, it's like, I hope you have specialized screwdrivers. I really appreciate the YouTube content. Well, thank you. It's always nice to get compliments. I'm glad I can keep y'all entertained. So yeah, it's one of those things, like, I support the people who want to keep their physical media, but like, I don't have a dog in this fight, you know. That's a bad analogy. I don't have a horse in this race. That's probably the better way to do this. Hardleg does not condone illegal dog fighting. But yeah, it's kind of like, what was it? Seeing the whole Sony debacle is almost like seeing politics, like state level politics from a state you don't live in. Where it's like, Zoran Mondani is doing all this cool stuff. I'm like, that's great. I don't live in New York, though. Like, I'm happy for the people who are in New York. I think it's really cool that you've got a nice mayor who seems like he's doing a good job. But, like, I ain't gonna go into the comments and defend him, because I don't live in New York. Like, I would like to... It seems like, from what I've seen, I would love to have a mayor like that around here. I would love to have politics around here be that progressive. But sadly, I live in Missouri. If you have multiple ways to buy a game on PC, if you get rid of a disc, isn't that a monopoly? multiple ways. No, because you still have multiple ways. Oh, also... Ugh. Oh, I don't have the old ones. I finally bought heavier weights. I've been lifting the weights slowly, off camera. I'm not swole or anything, it's mostly just to keep my arms from, like, atrophying. But I went from, like, those dinky little 3 pounds to, like, a solid 10-pounder. And holy shit, I am not prepared for that, but, you know, progress is gonna happen. So you might see me using that a little bit. Anyway, let's get this started. Go ahead and fill yourself up with cats in the chat if you would. Maybe try an 8-pound instead. I was thinking about it, but the 8-pound and the 10-pound were the same price. I was like, fuck it. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, everyone. As the intro said, we are playing Artmage, which has been a long time coming. No, fuck, I was gonna say something else before that. Yeah, okay. Let's try this again. Take 2. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, friends. As the intro said, we are playing Artmage, which is going to be really interesting. You know, depending on who you ask, Artmage is either just far behind the curve, not powerful enough to stand up in the modern meta, or an underrated gem that is actually better than a lot people. Okay. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, friends. As the intro said, we are playing Artmage, which should be very interesting. You know, depending on who you ask online, Artmage is either an older deck that has fallen behind the power curve. Not an older deck, damn it. Okay. I had this thought up and then I completely forgot it in all the rambling we did earlier. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, friends. As the intro said, we are playing Artmage, and it's gonna be an interesting week. You know, depending who you ask online, Artmage is either just a little bit too behind the power curve, a little bit too weak to hold up, or vastly underrated, far more powerful than people give it credit for. I'm honestly not sure who to believe, and so I'm just as curious to... Damn it. We'll get there eventually. Just keep catting, keep chatting. This is why you come to the streams, to see the behind the scenes. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, friends. As the intro said, we are playing Artmage, and it should be a very interesting month. I was about to say it's a very interesting week this month, which doesn't make any sense. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, friends. As the intro said, we are playing Artmage, and it should be a very interesting one this month. You know, depending on who you ask, Artmage is either just a little too weak, a little behind the power curve, or an underrated gem that is more powerful than people give it credit for. And I'm honestly not sure who to believe. This deck could be Master 1 worthy, or maybe it's more of a Jankmas deck. Fortunately, you know, a little bit of a happy accident, because last month we only got into Diamond, we're starting in Platinum. So we'll have a chance to try this out in a lower powered format before we go all the way up into Diamond. Okay. That was almost there. What a week this day has been trying to type a sentence. Okay, this time for sure. And welcome back to Ladder Climb, friends. As the intro said, we are indeed playing Artmage, and it's shaping up to be an interesting time this month. You know, depending on who you ask online, Artmage is either just a little too weak, a little behind the power curve, or an underrated gem that has the potential to be a rogue powerhouse. And I'm honestly not sure which one it is. I mean, we're going to be finding out together whether this is Master 1 worthy or more of a Jankmas deck that belongs in Genesis. Fortunately, you know, a little happy accident is that last month we didn't quite make it as far as we wanted, so we'll be starting in Platinum. So whether it's really good or really bad, we'll have a chance to try it out in a safer environment with less competitiveness. Now, as for the build we're playing, there are a few different variants of Artmage, but we're going to start out pure. And we do this even if we were starting in Diamond, because I think it's always good to start out with a more pure version of the deck to show off how the archetype plays without other engines in it before we start adding more stuff. So this is pure Artmage, which, you know, leaves quite a bit of room for a bunch of, So this is what we're working with, and it's pretty nice. It leaves a lot of room for non-engine. We're playing 2 Forbidden Droplet, okay. So this is what we're working with, and it's looking pretty nice. It's got a lot of room for non-engine, a very small, kind of concise package. One quirk of this deck is that the main card is the Field Spell. The Field Spell is a not once per turn search, but it makes you discard a spell in order to use it. Now, we do have ways to recur those spells if they're Artmages, but because... Okay, try that again. So this is what we're So this is what we're working with this month. So here's what we're working with this month, and it's looking pretty good, you know? The Artmage package is kind of small, leaves a lot of room for non-engine, which is what you want to see out of a pure archetype. One of the quirks of this, though, is the Field Spell. This is a key card that we have. It says you can discard a spell trap to essentially search an Artmage that you don't already have. And that effect is not once per turn. So as a result, it kind of incentivizes you to run a lot of spell trap stuff instead of relying on more monsters and hand traps. So we are still playing the 3 Fuelos, the 3 Ash Blossom, 2 Droll, and a Max C. But in addition to that, we're playing 2 Super Poly, because we have some room in the extra deck, and we're playing 3 Forbidden Droplet, 2 Infinite Impermanent. So a lot more spell trap based stuff this time, which hopefully should give us a little bit of an edge against people who are more prepared for monster based negation. That was almost good. Well, let's try one more time. One more time. So here's what we're working with this time, and it's fairly standard. You know, you've got a lot of room for non-engine, which is what you really want to see in a pure deck. The only real quirk here has to do with the Field Spell. This is one of our main play starters because it lets you discard a spell trap to essentially search any Artmage monster that you haven't searched this turn. And this is not once per turn, so if you have 4 spell traps, you can discard 4 and search 4, which incentivizes us to run more spell trap based removal than we would normally. That's why we're playing both 2 Super Poly and 3 Forbidden Droplet and 2 Infinite Impermanents. I'm not sure if this will give us an advantage this month, but it will at least make things a little bit differently. You know, we're not just playing like 6 Charmies and Effect Veilers or whatever. We're still playing some of them. I mean, you gotta have Ash, you gotta have Droll, you gotta play at least 1 Charmy, I feel like. But everything else, we're doing a whole bunch of spell traps. As for how this deck combos, I'm going to take you into solo mode and show you one of the 1-card combos, more like a 1.5 combo, but it's basically any way to get to this, plus any, okay. As for how the archetype works, I'll be hopping into solo mode to show you that, give you a little taste, I don't need to mention, okay. As for how this deck works, I'll be hopping into solo mode to show you one of the basic combos. Although before we do, I just want to take this moment to be like, hey, if you like the show, consider joining the Patreon. There's a link down in the description. I don't take any sponsorships on this channel, and I don't make a whole lot of ad revenue. So really, it's this, damn it, okay. As for how the archetype works, I'll be hopping into solo mode to show you off a combo, but before I do, I just want to take a moment to be like, hey, if you like this channel, if you like these videos, you're showing up every month, consider joining the Patreon. There's a link down in the description. Just $2 a month, you can support the channel. I don't take any sponsorships. I don't make a whole lot of ad revenue. So that's the best way to make sure that I can continue making these videos and making them as best as I possibly can. And also, you know, if you have more than $2, if you join in the $10 level, you can help pick the deck that I choose. You know, I get a lot of comments where, okay, go back just a little bit. I'm really sorry to the new editor. Usually the intros don't take this long or have this many cuts, but, and if you have more than $2, you know, if you'd like to donate at the $10 level, you can help choose the decks I play. And I get a lot of comments from people asking if I'll play this deck or that deck, and they don't seem to realize that the patrons are the ones who choose what I play. Every month, the $10 patrons get to suggest one deck, and then they all vote together to decide what they want to play. So if you have $10, you can join in on that. And even if you just have the 2 a month, you can try to convince your fellow patrons that they should vote for your deck instead. So just consider that, and otherwise, let's jump into the action. Or I guess into the solo mode, and then we'll get, that's still action. Yeah, let's go to the solo mode. Okay. 101, dawn of the first stream. Parentheses, cut this section down the best you can to remove dead air. Edits are edits to zoom in and no, we'll just cut the section down to remove dead air. Try and make it flow as smoothly as possible. Yeah, it's interesting. The new editor, I forget if I mentioned this before. They had messaged me like 2 years ago or whatever, asking if I needed any editor. No, it was like a year and a half ago. And they're like, hey, do you need any editors? I'm a YouTuber, I'm working on stuff, but my channel's not taking off as fast as I would like. Do you have any work? And I was like, your stuff looks pretty good, but I just don't have any need for like an editor at the moment. And then I had completely forgotten about them. I was like, yeah, I'll message you again if I do need something. And then I just, you know, because it's been a year and a half, I completely forgot. And then I was working out with, talking to Mr. Nova, who usually edits the ladder climbs. Mr. Nova and Mr. Metal. Mr. Nova is working on, he's going to do the Fill in the Jank Season 2. And he's like, I can do that, but I won't be able to do the ladder climb. I'm like, okay, so I need someone else to do the ladder climb, but I don't have anyone. And then he just messaged me again, just be like, hey, you know, I just wanted to let you know I have an official portfolio now. And I'm like, yeah, actually, I need a ladder climb. You want to do that? And it just goes to show, you know, it never hurts to send out a message. Sometimes you're just there at the right time. Doesn't Fallen and the Virtuous work fairly good here? Probably, but we did this last time. They also did the last Let's Learn, right? Yeah. They're really good editor. They're better than most of the people I've had doing the show. My only concern is that they're almost like too good. You know, they're like, I want a little practice with the what was it? They were a little worried. They're like, I'm not sure if I could do a good job on the ladder climb. And so I was like, well, you can practice on like the previous ladder climb if you want to, like, some of the footage or whatever. And they went through and they did some work, and it was like, this is really, really good. These are like really funny edits, and you're putting a lot of attention to detail, and it's cut down really nicely. I'm like, my only concern is that, like, you know, I'm on a budget. I can only pay, yeah, I can reveal this because it's the same forever. It's $300 for a ladder climb. So I'm like, you're going to be making like a 3-hour video and you're getting like $300. And that $300 is what you get regardless of if you just cut down the duels and make it watchable, or if you add a bunch of funny jokes. And like, I always appreciate funny jokes. People the fans will enjoy them. It will be nice. But I feel bad because you're putting in extra work and I can't afford to pay you more for that extra work. So I'm like, just keep in mind, try to budget your time. You're getting paid this much, however much per hour it is worth to you. If you want to do funny jokes or whatever, by all means, go nuts with it, have fun with it. I know that's part of the reason why Mr. Metal's so great, is because he just, like, enjoys editing, it feels like. He wants recurring work, I respect it, yeah. Like, Mr. Metal is like, I would get bored if I just had to cut it, like, plainly. He's like, I like that I have the freedom to, like, add in funny moments. A very fair person. I try to be as much as I can. So I'm like, just make sure you're doing that. The other thing too is that, like, I have had one person before where, like, they really liked doing little funny jokes and stuff like that. But because of that, it ended up taking them, like, way longer, and, like, the episode came out, like, a week and a half later than it was supposed to be. And so every new person, like, when they come in, it's that thing of, like, you can do more edits if you want. Just two things. One, keep in mind to budget your time. I want to pay you a fair wage. I don't want you staying up to, like, 7 o'clock in the morning working on this stuff when you're not going to get extra money. And two, make sure you budget your time, because I also don't want you doing this if it's at the cost of the episode comes out a week and a half late because you're spending a lot of time on edits or whatever. Love what you do so it doesn't feel like a job. But the way they're talking, they're like, no, this is no problem. I did this really fast. This is really easy. So I'm curious to see how it works out. I've had more than one person that, like, I had them do a ladder climb, and then afterwards I was like, hey, would you like to do another one? And they're like, no. He's like, if you want to let's learn, I can do it. If you want me to do, like, a smaller video, like a masochist or whatever, but editing a 3-hour-long video is just, like, a hassle. Yeah. Now, there's a reason why I don't want to edit it. We didn't get a right hand, by the way. But yeah, so all this, I'm sure that the editor's watching it, but I believe in you. I think you can do a good job. I'm not saying this to be like, oh, I'm worried that they're gonna do this. I'm saying it just to let people know, like, kind of my stance in general, and kind of again, the reason you come out to these streams is for behind the scenes stuff, so it's good to know, like, as a worker, not as a worker, but as someone who hires people to do work, kind of the problems you run into. At least for me, I know some people, I'm sure there would be a lot of people who would see someone who's willing to do a whole bunch of extra work and just exploit the shit out of them. And just be like, oh, you're eager to do work, you say? Well, here, have all the work in the world. And I really want to be like, you're doing a really good job. You could charge more. I can't pay you more. I'm sorry. But you should probably be charging more for the quality of work. What cards are we digging for? The Artmage Vandalism. Or do we want to show... Yeah, actually, I'm dumb. I was like, we'll show the Vandalism, but we're less likely to get Vandalism. We're more likely to get the Field Spell or some way to get to it. Can you tell their name? They go by, Frosty Bit. Or, I'm sorry, Frothy Bit. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, at first I was gonna do the other one, the Vandalism, but I realized, like, even though that is a 1.5 card combo, it's not the one we're most likely to get to. And again, if you want to see some of Frothy Bit's work, check out the Aneacraft Let's Learn. It's like the first time on a Let's Learn that I got people complimenting like the editing. They were like, wow, because he did this thing where like when I read the text, instead of just like panning over the text, he like blurred the whole screen except for the text, which popped out on a new layer ahead of everything, and then highlighted in time with as I was reading it. I was like, that's very, very good. This hand is crusty, but it does the thing. Yeah, that's probably good. It's good to show what we can do again with like a 1.5 card combo. And it's just a pity too. I do, what was it? Again, just to talk behind the scenes. In addition to paying the editors, I offer them on every episode a revenue split if the video reaches a certain threshold. All of my editing thing is you get this much or half the ad revenue after 30 days, whichever is higher. That way, if someone edits a video and that video goes like viral or something, they get a cut of that since they helped contribute to it. I watched that video and I was oblivious. I mean, most people were, but I saw some. I got more thing than I did. And so, for example, right, I mentioned before the ladder climb is $300. So that means if in the first 30 days, a ladder climb makes more than $600, because half of that would be 300, right? So if it made exactly $600, then half the ad revenue would be what I already paid them. So they just keep, if it makes less than that, they just keep the $300. They get $300 up front. But if it makes like $700, then there's $100 more, and that gets split in half. So they would get $50 of that. Which for a while was like standard for the ladder climbs. Like for more than a year, the ladder climbs always managed to meet that threshold. And then in 2025, they just stopped. And so one of the things where I was like, I'm like, I offer you this thing, just know that we haven't reached it in a while. And the unfortunate part is, right, he was like, he put so much work into the Aneacraft Let's Learn. And I'm like, the edits were really good. The people who saw the video really liked it. Unfortunately, good video editing does not make people watch the video. You know, people make the decision to watch before they ever see the editing. So unless you do something so amazing that it causes people to like share it with their friends, you know, it's just not going to make much of a difference, sadly. Yeah, it's one of those like sad but true things. Anyway, let's get to this. I spend way too much time on a tangent. All right, so here we are in solo. I don't need to say. Alright, so one of the things about Artmage is that... Okay. Alright, so one of the things about Artmage is that it doesn't have any true one-card combos, because everything goes through the field spell, and the field spell costs... Okay. Alright, so the thing about Artmage is it doesn't have any true one-card combos. Everything you do is going to be like a 1.5 card combo, because the field spell needs a spell trap to discard. That being said, it's really not that hard to open one of your many starters and any spell trap in the deck, considering we're playing too many of them. So this hand, even though it doesn't look great, you know, we're just going to activate a Foolos for like no effect. And in fact, you know what, let's just chain both of them to get them out of our hand to show what we can do with very few cards. The fact is, we've got a starter and a spell trap, so we're going to be able to get this done. This is Artmage Varnish, which either lets you get the field spell, or if you already have the field spell, it searches any, is it Artmage monster? Artmage card. So, you know, you have 6 ways to get to the field spell, but if you already have it, this isn't a dead card. If nothing else, you can discard it with the Artmage Academy and you'll be fine. So the first thing we're going to do is activate this, discard the Forbidden Droplet, And we're going to add Graflair. Obviously, we already have Graflair, so we wouldn't do that normally, but I'm showing you the 1-card combo. Now, all the Artmage cards, except the Owl, say, if you control an Artmage card, special summon this from your hand, and then do a thing. And the field spell counts as an Artmage card. So we're going to summon this, and then this says you can set an Artmage spell from your deck. So we're going to get Vandalism and set this here. This is a continuous spell. When it's activated, you can add Medius the Pure from your deck to your hand. And in addition to its other effects, this says once per turn, you can normal summon a Medius the Pure in addition to your normal summoner set. So free summon of Medius, and Medius summons any power patron from the deck. We of course have the Artmage power patron, the Owl, the only one who doesn't summon himself, but fortunately, he summons like this. And what we're going to do, there's a couple different routes you can go, but I think we're going to stick with the easy one, which is to just use this effect. This is quick effect during the main phase, Fusion Summon. And we're going to make Artmage Diactorus, using itself and Medius. Diactorus has a cool summon animation. He's got big artsy wings. We'll get to his effect. More importantly, this says, if it's sent from the hand or field to the graveyard, add an Artmage spell trap from your deck to your hand. So we're going to use this to get the trap card, Awakening. Now, Diactorus says you could target a monster on the field and change its battle position, which is not super useful, but it's there. More importantly, when your opponent activates a card or effect, while you have 3 different monster types on the field, you can negate that card and destroy it. A lot of the Artmages kind of share this. They want to have a whole bunch of different types of cards on the field, which is really easy as you'll see. This is a fairy, this is a dragon. I'm going to go ahead and use Arcane Acropolis a second time, discarding this trap, in order to get Littera, who is a spellcaster. Littera has the Artmage effect, we can special summon it. And when she's special summoned, you can get an Artmage card in your graveyard, add it back to your hand. So we're just going to get the trap back, and then immediately discard it again for the 3rd Artmage card, which is going to be Finmel. And you know, if you had another spell trap in your hand that you wanted to summon, you could get the Owl and normal summon it as well, because you still have your normal summon. So this is special summon and then draw a card. So you do just get a free card, skillfully draw the hand trap so you have an extra disruption. And there we go, that's the field. And what we got is a fairy, a warrior, a spellcaster, and a dragon. This says if you control 3 types, you can target a spell trap and destroy it. It's quick effect. This says if you control 3 types, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent controls. Also, until the end of the turn, their attacks become halved. This has a funny little effect on people, a psychological effect, because the negate of the monster effects is permanent, but the attack decrease is not. So a lot of people will get their attack... So many people will get their attack back and think that their effects are back as well, especially because of the way Master Duel is. They don't, Okay. We're gonna go back a little bit. I don't need to do that whole thing, I'm just explaining the combo. This one says, you can negate the face-up effects of all monsters your opponent controls, and until the end of this turn, their attack becomes halved. So it's basically Forbidden Droplet for the entire board. And this, of course, is a negate and destroy. So we've got a negate. Okay, damn it. Okay. This one says if you have 3 different types, you can negate all the effects of all the... This one says if you have 3 different types, you can negate all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls, and until the end of the turn, their attack becomes halved. So basically, Forbidden Droplet for the entire board. And finally, there's Littera, which is interesting. During your opponent's main phase, you can special summon an Artmage from your hand or graveyard, except a copy of herself, and then return this card to the hand. This lets us get the Power Patron back onto the field, which will let us fusion summon during our opponent's turn. And we've got 2 fusions to pick from. I'm going to pick the one that's more likely, but there's a funnier one that we can do. We've also got this trap in the graveyard, which is an effect I'll show off. But to show this off, let's go ahead and pass it over to our opponent. So they're going to normal summon this, and this isn't the best use of it, but we're going to just, actually, let's let them special summon something. The legendary Ebon Steed. Well, you know what? Let's just go ahead and blow that up. Since we've got it. You know, this is technically a disruption. Some cards, or some decks need spell traps, others don't. Wow, that's it? Okay. So what we're going to do here, we're going to activate Littera, and then we're going to chain Awakening. So Awakening says, return a Artmage card you control to the hand, and then non-targeting pop a card your opponent controls. So we can put this back, we can destroy a card, and then Littera lets you summon regardless of whether or not it returns to the hand. So you basically get this free card. And now that we have both, we can go ahead and use this, have their attack, negate their effects, use this, and we're going to make non-finito, which is just any 2 Artmage cards. Let's go and take Reflare because it has less attack. Put this in the extra monster zone. Non-finito, when it's summoned, lets you set an Artmage spell trap from your deck. And this, again, triggers, so we get another Artmage card for follow-up. So we can get the Power Patron, get another... No, let's get the Fusion card. They've got a card that lets you fuse. And then Finito is going to set this counter trap. Artmage Impasto Recapture. This thing says, if you control an Artmage, you can activate it the turn it was set. When your opponent's monster activates its effect, banish a fusion monster until the end phase, negate the activation, and if you have 3 different types on your field, you can return all spell traps your opponent controls to the hand. So another monster negate, and then also this effect, you can fusion summon again. So there's not really much we can make. We don't have a second non-finito. We could make a second Diactorus, but I'm pretty sure it's a hard once per turn. Let's go ahead and pass here real quick. And just to show it off, let's show what we can make here, which is Nerva, the Power Patron of Creation. Using itself, it's any 3 Artmage cards. Very spooky, biblically accurate angel-looking fucker. And this thing has a really interesting effect, which is, while this card is in the field zone, it can't be destroyed by card effects, which is, once per turn, when you activate an Artmage monster's effect, you can make that effect become destroy all cards your opponent controls. So let's go ahead and we'll activate Griflare. I will summon it. Set a card. Yeah, we'll go ahead and set another card. Why not? And then we're going to activate his effect to pop a card. But why pop one card when we can pop all the cards? But yeah, we could have changed, like, you know, in certain situations, we could have chained this to the effect in hand and then blown up all the cards then. But I want to get more things on the field. You can also, one of the tricky things is use the owl during the opponent's turn to fusion summon this. And then when this goes to the graveyard, it'll activate to search, and you can turn that search into a board wipe. So instead of non-finito, you can get this. You just usually don't want to because it's harder to recover. But in this case, we had so many things, you know, we summoned the Finmel, or not the Finmel, we summoned the Littera, Littera gets Finmel back, Finmel special summons itself, draw another free card, Medius the Pure can be summoned by shuffling a monster into the deck, or from the hand, so you just like shuffle this back, get Medius the Pure, Medius summons the Owl again. There's so much recovery, it's so easy to get back into the game once you have your resources underway. So, you know, no true one-card combos, but the more cards you have, the crazier this deck goes. Which is why this month we're doing a go first counter, because if you can go first with this deck and you don't get hit with like Droll or Nibiru, you're absolutely Insano style. You get so much removal, so much recovery, it's crazy. Going second, not so much, but that's enough yapping. Let's see how this does by jumping onto the ladder. Turkey sandwich. Okay. 25. Artmage combo 101. Again, cut this down to make it flow as smooth as possible. There is no counter up there. They'll see it when we get to it. Where's it at? Actually, okay. Also, when I point out the counter at the end, can you add it to the corner of the screen? I don't know why I'm phrasing that. Please add it to the corner of the screen. I pop it up right afterwards, so it should be easy to cut out. Okay, let me look at chat real quick. Dragon kills horse at art school. Awaken, awaken, awaken. All your things vandalized. Have you seen any of those Yu-Gi-Oh fan shows people make? They're pretty fun to watch. My cousin is making one. No. I'll be honest, I don't even really like the official Yu-Gi-Oh show. Like, I'm just not really interested in, like, watching other people duel for the most part. I'm not an Artmage player, but looks neat as hell. There's no counter. You forgot the overlay. What's your opinion on Luna Lights? They seem pretty fun. Who's your favorite artist? I don't think I have, like, a favorite, like, print artist. I've never really, like, been the kind of person to, like, sit there and stare at a painting. Maybe I'm just a pleb or whatever, but, paintings, like, compared to movies, paintings kind of seemed like a short story, right? It's like, you can do a neat thing with it, but there's not a whole lot to think about. This duel made me understand where the deck is going. Out of all the Power Patrons lore, who is your favorite? I don't really know much about the lore. I'm witnessing the ladder climb live. Should I run Constellar Belt in my Dragon Master Magia deck? I haven't the slightest clue. Scribbles Kibbles would redeem a honk. Critter, you got something to say for Scribbles? Thank you, Critter. I hate the Master Duel ban list. Me too. But Yugs, do you want any lore trivia on the Medius lore? I mean, I'm sure there's people in chat who will like it. There was so much drama and soul into set one card pass. The original Yu-Gi-Oh manga was at its best when it wasn't card games. I love the Critter Honk. He's pretty great. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I get it, the card games are representing something else, but like, I don't know, like I remember, like, even when I was a little kid, I remember watching Yu-Gi-Oh and being like, I just can't get that invested in a card game. It's just not that serious of a thing. Like, honestly, if I was given It's one of those things where it's like, I imagine what I would do if someone gave me the ability to make a Yu-Gi-Oh show, right? They're like, Joe, we really like the way you create your content. We'd like to give you like $10 million to make a Yu-Gi-Oh show. I would make one that I thought was really cool, and every other Yu-Gi-Oh fan would probably hate it. They'd probably be like, why would you give the reins to someone who doesn't like Yu-Gi-Oh and doesn't understand the show? But critics would probably like it. Because the way I would do it is I would have it be about a kid who like moves to a new school and Yu-Gi-Oh is being played by the kids at school, and he uses Yu-Gi-Oh, like he learns how to play Yu-Gi-Oh in order to get more basically in order to build friendships and find his footing in this new place. And like maybe he moved because like his dad died or his parents got divorced or something like that. And there'd probably be like some interpersonal drama with him and like the friends. And so it would be this like coming of age, growing up story about someone who uses card games to sort of alleviate stress while dealing with other like real stuff. And there would probably be something like the card games would, like they would happen to represent things, like he would go against a deck where like it kind of represents something that he's going through, and there would still be the visualization of like the cards battling and everything, but it probably wouldn't be holograms. It would be kind of portrayed as like this is what they're imagining as they're playing the card game. And so it would be this like very personal, stripped down, low stakes. There's no ancient pharaohs, there's no guardians. It's just about like real ass people dealing with shit while also playing a fun card game. Legs read One Piece when it's finished. I'll read it when he finishes it. I don't trust him to finish it. Oh, that would absolutely bomb. Yeah. That's one of those things, is like, I feel like if I could make that a show outside of Yu-Gi-Oh! And people would enjoy it. But if I made it at, what was it? If I wasn't a Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creator, I could make a show like that and I think it would find its audience. Especially if I didn't make it a Yu-Gi-Oh! Show. But that's not what people want from Yu-Gi-Oh! It's, you know, people want they want aliens and like evil corporations and ancient mystery magics and people using the power of friendship to defeat the devil. It sounds super generic though, even removing the card game aspect. Well, yeah, this card game anime sounds really generic when you remove the card games. Naruto sounds really generic when you remove all the ninjas. Sadly, Cardfight Vanguard fell for that trope at one point. Damn, the devil at it again. Yep, give me one of those friendship defeats the devil. Yeah, and so that would be the thing. Like, if someone came to me and they're like, do you want to make, like, we'll give you $10 million to make a Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime, I feel like I would have enough of, I'm humble enough to be like, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not the right person to make this. And unfortunately, there's a lot of, to be fair, I think I'm also comfortable enough with where I am. Like, because I don't get to keep that $10 million, right? I guess it depends how much they paid me. I just look at, like, there's a lot of people, like, J.J. Abrams is, like, a good example I could think of where they're like, we want you to make Star Wars. And what he should have done is said, I'm not a fan of Star Wars, let someone else make it. Or, I've never, like, thought of a good Star Wars idea, give it to someone who cares. Or, I've never seen the Halo show, but I heard the people who made the Halo show were like, had never played the games and weren't interested in looking at the games to make it. It's like, if you're not a fan of the property, if you don't think you can make something for the fans of the property, then don't do it. But at the same time, if someone was like, hey, we'll give you a $10 million budget to make a Yu-Gi-Oh show, and also we'll pay you $10 million. Fuck, I mean, $10 million is $10 million. Has a hatred for the source material, yeah. I don't know, the thing is, right? Then I'm in a conundrum, right? Where it's like, if I got that money, then I could pursue like my own artistic stuff. The question is, I've been given a chance to make this. Do I make something authentic to myself, something that I really like, or do I try to make the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh show that I think people will like? Because I think I could still do that. Like if I went in it and been like, okay, what people want is hype moments and aura. I could probably, every good Yu-Gi-Oh show has like a twin dynamic. Where like, you know, Yugi has Yami Yugi, Zexal has the alien guy. What hasn't been done yet? Probably like a Lovecraftian creature. You know what I'd really do? You know, okay, I'm curious, chat. Here's what I think of. Let me know if this sounds like I'm cooking or if this sounds like really dumb and pretentious. So we've got our protagonist. The protagonist is I'm gonna make it a girl because we haven't had enough female we haven't had a female protagonist in Yu-Gi-Oh! I want to make a female protagonist. I think that's cool. I think that will sell. I think people would be excited for that. But she had an older brother who died in like a car accident. And when she plays Yu-Gi-Oh, she believes she can speak to him. His ghost gives her advice on how to play the game. Like he really liked the game when he was alive and she never got into it. And after he died, she took all his cards and started playing it. And when she plays the card, his ghost talks to her, and it's made ambiguous through most of the series if his ghost is actually in the cards, or if she's just kind of like using it as like a way to cope, where like in her mind she's hearing it. And then like at the end, this is one of those series where like you really don't want to plan the ending yet. You want to make stuff. I'd have to think about it more, but like we would confirm one way or another. Either like depending on how hype and aura this gets, we would either confirm like yes, no, you know what? It's for Yu-Gi-Oh, right? We're going with the hype moments and aura. So it would be like, yeah, as they go on, they would find out the car accident was no accident. Her brother was onto something. He was unlocking the like magic behind the cards, and someone had him taken out. And his spirit managed to bind onto the cards with the hope that eventually someone would pick them up. And so you would eventually find out that like her brother is bound to the cards, but not only that, if she can win a card game against the big bad, she can bring him back. That car was actually a roid in disguise. She can bring him back. And then, like, of course you get to the ending thing where it's like, you get to the end and she's about to defeat him, but like the big bad is channeling all this, like he's using the card energy and he's going to destroy the world. Or he's going to do something, not destroy the world, it has to be something bad, but wouldn't be like, you know, the main character wouldn't die. It would have to be like other people, like, it would basically be like, if the big bad succeeds, then 1,000 people you've never met will die. And so at the end, she manages to defeat him and channels enough energy. And then she has to decide if she's going to use that energy, basically her last wish, to undo what the big bad did or bring her brother back. And then you can have this cool moment where, you know, the brother is like, but 10,000 people will die. And she's like, but I only care about you. Why not make her duel her brother as the final boss? Oh, that could be the thing. Yeah, wait, she gets the energy, and she's like, I'm going to bring you back. And he's like, no, you have to do the right thing. All those people out there are someone's brother or sister. You can't let them die. And she's like, I refuse. And so they have to duel each other as the final duel, with him dueling to sacrifice himself, and her dueling to force him to return to life. And at the very end, she has the winning move, and she decides not to make it because he makes an impassioned plea and convinces her. The kitchen is on a new level of fire. Let him cook, chat. Hey, Lois, I'm in Yu-Gi-Oh! Toss in some Mind Crush horror aspects like the Shadow Realm. Like the shark version. Yeah, so that would be like, you know, if they sat down to like make this, I'm like, okay, this is how I would make it like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Dramatic thing. And how I would sell it is like, you know, you still get a personal relation, like it's very cheesy, but like, you know, it's still got something to say about it. I'm still wanting to see an animated episode of Scareclaws. She draws the OG card she used with him at the very beginning. It's heartfelt, yeah. That's what matters. What would her brother's deck be? Prohibited. Oh, I got a shiny Xeno. Okay. Crystron's, of course. Cool tune. No, it would have to be... Branded. It'd be branded and she sees herself as Ecclesia. Because they're deep beyond. No, wait. Then I'm getting too into the incest. We gotta get away from that shit. Japan does too much of that. You can't stop cooking. Yeah, I was trying to think. The other thing I would think was like Sword Soul. Sword Soul is like a very like I wanted to make it a deck that like would be easy to learn. And then what I would do is like there would be an arc in the middle where like the deck gets kind of outdated and people are like, you've got to add in like Tenyis and shit. Or you got to add in, so like there's a new worm archetype that gets released and people are like, Sword Soul is so much better with this archetype. And she's like, I can't change my brother's deck. It's what made it his. But like she can't win because everything else is so much more powerful. And eventually she like relents and adds in some more cards, worried that like it's going to make her connection with her brother weaker. And instead he gets more powerful and he can like manifest a little bit in the world and move stuff. And he's like, I'm not tied to the cards themselves. I'm tied to like the power that you have with the game. Like you succeeding and you having fun is more important than getting stuck on like a specific card that like you're aligned to. The power creep plot point, exactly. And then we do the opposite of what every other Yu-Gi-Oh deck does, which is like has ruined so many duelists of like, no, this is my grandfather's card. I can find a way to win with this no matter how bad it is. And he's like, no, no, no. It's the feeling of the cards. It's the spirit of it, you know, the idea of it, not the thing itself. You don't need this physical card in order to win. What you need is the spirit of what you're trying to do. It's like raising your power level, yeah. We make it 10 Yi, and then we add Sword Soul. Although, we would be, the thing is, right, we would do what every Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck does, or every Yu-Gi-Oh! Series does, and we would invent our own cards. So it would be something like that, but it wouldn't be exactly Sword Soul, unless they said you had to pick that. Maybe she plays her brother's deck, but she can't play it perfectly. Now, I think at the end they would have a mirror match. Joe, you gotta make this a video? What, just... I guess I could try it. I guess I could just make a video where it's like... Hardleg speculates on what he would do if he were given a show. Would you really just watch me rambling about? Well, yeah, I guess, you know, if you're watching this on YouTube, let me know what you thought. You know, I wasn't planning to make this a video, but chat seemed to like it. If you want to hear me speculate more on art stuff, comment down in the comments. Maybe I could do this more. And obviously, if you're interested in what kind of art I would actually make, check out The Legend of Lefty, the audiobook that's on the channel. And I got the first 2 parts out already. That's like 18 hours. The part 3's coming. I'm working on it. It's going to be out here before too long. Hopefully before the end of the year. Lefty mentioned. Well, that... Alright, here we are, first duel of the day, and we're going up against someone kind of interesting. Their name is Let Me Cook. They just want to cook, chat. Can't we let them cook? And we're going second, so they will get a chance to cook a little bit, although I got the Charmy and the C. So let's see what you got, Cookman. What you gonna chef up? Show me nouvelles. So the Charmy will be of no use here. Alright, well we got the Max C off. Alright, let's see what can you cook with an aircraft? Is it just the FTK? Are you like, whoa, check out this recipe you've never seen before, and it's peanut butter jelly sandwich? No. What's the equivalent of someone being like, whoa, check out this recipe, and then it's an FTK? Baked chicken, grilled cheese. No, it has to be like, check out this recipe, and it's something that's not only really basic and really common, but like not even good. Like something that no one would be excited to see. Pickle in a cup. There's one. There's a 2. Okay, so I can negate one of their flip effects. Non-targeting even. Set 2 pass. I feel like they haven't done anything to cook at all. Now we just gotta hope they don't droll us. Droll specifically is like the one thing that stops us. Double Finmel, not great. Let's go ahead. We're gonna try for this. A maxi of their own. I see. I think that's fine. I think we just play into it because we should be able to kill them in half. Okay, so let's start by doing this. Yeah, we get Graflare. Activate, summon, set a card. We get this. They get 1. Yeah, we pop the field immediately. And then on their turn, when they try to activate one of these, we could pop another one. Unless they negate it. Pop. Yeah, I think we need to stop that. We just send off this, right? Yeah. That was the worst it could have possibly been. Always, yeah, I should have sent a monster, I guess. Okay. Activate, get Medius the Pure. Oh, I can't add it to hand? Oh, and I can't even Nerva to blow this up because I can't chain to anything. Oh, but I can negate it with this first. Change it in aircraft, face down. Okay. No, we add it to hand. One less draw. Okay, special summon 1. Let's see. When your opponent activates a card or effect in the graveyard or banishment, change this face up. Okay. Gotcha. Special summon her. Draw a card, yes. Okay, so we negate this. Then we... Yep, we do this. We're gonna go for Nerva. Using you. The Finmel in our hand. Oh, I forgot he's not an Artmage card. We use this. that's a card in the graveyard. Fucking hell. At least I do still get this. So, yeah, we get this back. Shuffle 3 cards. Okay. Yep, that's fine. They put my owl back. Okay. Get the Litera. Yeah, we do this. Yeah, we have to, right? Yeah. Okay, blow up the field. Unfortunately, they still have like 6 cards. Oh, I thought I saw the normal summon because yeah, I'm kind of dead here, aren't I? Have I used all the summon effects? Add owl? Yeah, I normal summoned owl. Yep, we hit for 33. We hit for 18. Yep, and then we just pass. They might die to their own effects. Maybe. Don't they have to pay life points? Only if they search. We just gotta survive. The problem is, if they have the Scorpion again, then this just, like, utterly annihilates me. Yeah, they don't have the field spell or an easy way to get it back, it doesn't look like. Yeah, they've got the Scorpion Spider. Or the Spider. Which means if I try this again, they can negate everything in the chain. What I need is... I need to make non-finito. Let's see. Let's try this. Get the Graflair. It doesn't activate a response. It doesn't. Oh, it needs to get to Chain Link 3. Okay, I thought it was any time your opponent changed to another one. That fucking whale, yeah. Do I bounce back? I think I bounce back the nerve. No, it's only an Artmage. Okay. Shuffle one. Oh, shuffle it into the... Oh, it has to be a... From your hand or face-up field? It has to be face-up field. Add Medius the Pure. Let's get the Owl. We're gonna turn Medius into an Artmage. Can we non-finito with the face down? Let's try you. We can. Okay, that at least gets Graflair off of the field. Add from deck to hand the fusion. And or field only. Do I have... What's it called? I do! Hold up. And this lets you... I can fusion summon anything. Let's get you back. We're going to activate this. And we're going to make Guardian Chimera. Guardian... Why can't I use it? Can't use this? Fuck. Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, trying to destroy me, are you? Fortunately, you can't respond to a counter trap. Get those back in your hand. Um... You can banish this, target 3 Artmages, shuffle them into the deck. Okay, we just have to go to battle. Oh, wait, okay, activate Pact. Return this to hand. Destroy you. Attack with Medius for game! Ah! Oh, I was like, oh, we need to save that for next turn, and I forgot for a second they were on 200 life points. Okay. We made a few mistakes there. That was very high stakes for a first duel. My apologies for not explaining more of what I was doing. I really had to lock in there, but there you go, you know? We got to show off kind of what this deck can do. Both players got max seed. Whoo boy. Fun deck, though. Duel 1 versus Aneacraft Chef. Not Senfua, yeah. They weren't even cooking anything. This is just regular ass Aneacraft. Let me cook. Shut the fuck up. Okay, give me a second. I got a little bit of heartburn. Let me grab some heartburn Tums real quick. Tum ta tum tum. Tum ta tum tum tum. We used art to beat shapes. Real quick, let's check on number 39. Yeah, if you missed it, at the end of this stream, we're going to be doing some art for the Artmages. We have a thread in the Ladder Climb section of the Patrons Discord where I asked people what I should draw. So far, we got Utopia, Aneacraft, Atori Mar, IP Masquerena, and Moki Moki. Real quick, open the Patreon, make sure no one else has joined. Can I see your pure Artmage build? Sure. Do you think it's better with K9? I haven't tried it with K9 yet, but probably. All the, I was gonna say, all the people who have topped with it, who have actually played it in tournaments and done like hundreds of duels with it, say that the K9 version is better. But, you know, the only person who's topped with it is Coder, so Coder says it's better. Which is not to say that, Coder's not a good player or shouldn't trust him. I mean, he topped. It's probably a really good way to play the deck. But this isn't like, because this is a rogue deck, like, you know, when someone tops with Cool Tune, it's safe to say that their build is the best version of the build, or among the best versions, because they've played against other Cool Tune players. There's a lot of other people trying to do the same thing, and theirs beat out. Whereas, like, Coder says this is the best way to play Artmage, but he's also the only one who seriously tried to do it. So, like, who knows? Maybe Pure is better and no one's experimented with it. That has happened before, but unlikely. I think it's like 80% sure that the K9 version is the better version. Got all our dailies in one. Coder won a YCS. Yeah, that's what I said. All right, second duel of the day, and we still have not gone first once. All right, second duel of the day. We're still not going first. We do have a Charmy and an Ash. That might help us. We're up against Ben, but he's not Ben 10. Got a 60 card deck. Pot of Greed mate. What could they be playing, I wonder? Oh, brother. Gale Dogra. That's not what you want to see. Pay 3,000, send one monster. This is a U card if ever I've seen one. No one playing Gale Dogra is up to anything fair. This is at 1, right? Yeah. So how about no? How about no? Yeah, this really is an all-in kind of deck because you're paying 6,000 life points to try to send 2 things. You've got to make the unbeatable board because if anything can attack into this, they're just screwed. Drawing 1 card. I mean, if it gets them, oh boy. If it gets them that grass, I mean, I guess it works. 1,000. They can't activate another one. They would die. Well, you live by the FTK, you die by the FTK. Another Ash. Alright. Let's Acropolis. Let's activate. Send this. Grab Graflair. Let's summon the Graflair. And we get to set. So we'll get this. Let's go ahead and activate this. They don't appear to have Droll. We get a Medius the Pure. I wanted to make sure, just in case this is like MST or something, I wanted to activate this first. Okay, let's pop this. Super Poly! I'm so glad that my deck has back row outs. And then we just attack, right? Like, we don't need to do other stuff? Like, why risk playing into something? Oh, I need to do this. I need to destroy this. Destroy this card. I read. There we go. Attack. Easy peasy. I'm really curious what the hell they were playing. Good game. I wouldn't really call that a good game. They didn't draw what they were trying to do. What the hell was this? What you doing, Ben? It's just you. Huh? They just want to do a little bit of everything, I guess. They're like, yeah, if I happen to draw all the pieces of Exodia, I can. But also I could play Megalith. And here's that grass, and we can get Gizmek, and we can get Eldritch. And there's some sprites in here. There's Fairy Tale Snow. A Perulia and a Fuelos, but just one. More than one would be Bricky. They're playing fucking Fire Prison. And they are playing Waking the Dragon, so, you know, there's a chance I could have walked into something bad. They just get a free Dragoon. Fortunately, inconsistent. What is that green card? Multi-universe. Activate if you do not control a field zone. Target one field spell that is banished or in your graveyard. Destroy this card, and if you do, place the targeted card in your field zone. If a card in the field zone would be destroyed by card effect, you can banish this instead. That's blue. I mean, were you talking about these are the only blue cards I see? The thing next to Droll. They don't have a Droll. Oh. Talking about Gale Dogra? The thing we just saw? Hoping I forgot about Chicken Game, yeah. They have some way to cycle cards into the extra so they can loop Gale Dogra? No, as far... Yeah, it's weird. They're playing Telekinetic Charging Cell. Equipped to a Psychic. You do not have to pay life points to activate its effects. So what you do if you don't know is you make Reaper-Docus and then you summon Gale Dogra underneath it, and Reaper-Docus can change the type. So you change this to Psychic, you equip it, and then you can just send all the cards from your... So you send Psyframe Lord Omega. This card is in your graveyard. You can target one other card in your graveyard. Shuffle both that card and this card into the deck. So you send Herald. You send Psyframe Lord Omega. Then you use the Omega to put the Herald back. Then you send Herald again. Or you send Garura and you send Omega. And then you cycle them back, and you do that 60 times until you draw your entire deck and win by the power of Exodia. Hard once per turn. Oh, are these... You can only use this effect. Okay, never mind. It's a hard once per turn. 3 Sprite Elf, and maybe that's just what they have. Yeah, all they could do is search Ame and... Or, I'm sorry, Habakiri and Murakumo. And then they've searched all the rituals. They have the they figure I'm playing Exodia, I might as well. They can't even do this is not a deck, it's a psychological profile. Normal summon. Hey, we finally get to go first. Now let's see if that will help us. Oh yeah, I get to add one, gotta add one to the counter. 1. Ding. If it'll load. Okay, I was worried there for a second. That took a little longer than usual. Okay. So we're going to varnish first. Place that. Then we're going to normal summon the Medius, because we get a free normal summon. Activate the effect. Give me the owl. Go ahead and imperm me. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Oh no! What am I gonna do, chat? How am I gonna lose? Anyway, normal summon the owl. We fusion summoning, baby. Diac Taurus. He here. Give me the search. I want the trap. Getting the trap card. Activating the trap card. Let's get you so we can get back the trap card. Let's activate. Win at time of appearance is 77%, which seems crazy to me. I can get, like, if that's true, I can see why this deck, people are saying it's underrated, because it's like, well, fuck, if you manage to resolve this and get the combo off, you just kind of win. Activate, yeah. And then we draw a free card. Another owl. Do we get Graflair on here? We could also make non-finito. We could also... Yeah, we want more coverage. Who needs Imperm when you got Droplet on legs? Yeah. Okay. We get Graflair. He's also got a 74% win rate. And we set this, yeah, because we haven't used this yet, but another Medius doesn't really help us. Yeah, we just set this. And then we can make use of this in order to, this will let us dodge out of removal while also making the Chimera. So this is like 4 or 5 disruptions. Harpy's Feather Duster. Do I really care about that? Do I want to give up my 1 Omni Negate? Give up the Omni Gate. We remove the fusion. We also move this. Yeah, I think we just let it happen. I think the Omni Negate is more important. Unless they have exactly like Dark Ruler no more. Imperm on the Diactorus. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So they're getting the Blue Eyes spell. Go ahead. Activate it. Graflair, shoot fireworks at this man. That's his art, by the way. He make fireworks. Yeah, I got MST on legs. Target 1 tuner. Okay. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do this now. We activate this. Oh, I did it in the reverse order. We always want to activate her first. It's fine. They've got 1 card left. Huh? Oh, I thought this was continuous. I'm dumb as hell. For some reason, I was like, oh yeah, Synchro Rumble's a continuous spell that does something. Battle phase? Okay. Yep, that's, you know, they talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! Players not reading. It's not that I haven't read Synchro Rumble, it's that I read it and then I forgot what it did. Yeah, not that it matters. None of this matters. Your effects are negated. Let's get Litera on here, because we control anything. Let's add back this. Let's just normal summon. Yeah, I think this is game. If it's not game, it's pretty close. So 21, 24. Oh, we could have moved it to attack mode. I forgot about the Diactorus effect. Nope, we were almost there. Yeah, we just go ahead and do this now. Make non-finito using, yeah, this in our hand. 2 owls. It was exactly 8k. We'll get the counter trap. I think we just get another copy of the field spell for next time. We can't get another copy of the field spell. Yeah, I mean, it's like 5 things of disruption. We leave them with some life, but what would they need in order to do this? Like, even if they, like, Dark Ruler no more, and then hit me with Raigeki or something, I can just activate this and get another Medius out of the deck. Hello. Are you there to surrender, little one, or are you gonna make Typhon? Oh, Dragon Spirit of White. That's a neat card. It's negated now. Spear mode and Maiden. I think that would do it too. Don't even have enough to get over Litera. Oh, okay. I mean, I was like, they're dead here unless they have Honest, but even if they don't have Honest, they're pretty dead. Let's let Griflair get in there. Bada bingo, bada bango. $229. I was like, do we really show that? It don't do a whole lot, but we do need to show how the deck works early on. When we go first. Yeah, even if it showed me being very stupid. I can't believe I thought Synchro Rumble was a continuous. Am I getting that confused with something? Ready, set, duel. Oh, hey. You want to open up a pack real quick, chat? Crack a pack with the boys. Huh? The pack is not available. I see. Crack open a boy with the cold ones. All right, one more win and we go to Plat 4. Still only gone first once, but we've only played 4 duels. These duels do seem a little longer. But I mean, that's kind of fun, right? Hacha! We getting the Charmy every time. The Charmy and the Ash and the Droll. Yeah. We try the we try the Ash on this one. That's something that does not die to Droll. Well, there we go. Easy as pie. Sometimes all you need is Ash Blossom, and then you get to win the duel. Deck check. Tearlament with Lightsworn. I see. And Archfiends? And Nightmare Archfiends? What you doing, boy? Earthbound Release. A level 6 monster is normal or special summon. Tribute a level 10 Earthbound. Destroy as many monsters as your opponent controls, and if you do, inflict damage. Oh. It's like an FTK. You Nightmare Archfiends. You give them 3 2000s. You put this into the graveyard. Then you use transaction rollback to ignore the cost. And simply destroy all the monsters and inflict damage equal to the combined original attack. So I take 6,000 plus 800, 800, 800. Is that game? Yeah, it is. 8,400. Okay, so it's just mill a whole bunch, get traps. Boring. I mean, I can't blame them, though, unfortunately. It's that sad thing, right, where it's like... I've talked about this before. I often say Yu-Gi-Oh! The OCG is, they see Yu-Gi-Oh! As like a clown shoes game, right? They don't take it seriously as a competitive, like, esport. They don't think that people should be going in, like, trying to, like, win the game. They think it's just an avenue to do crazy combos that look good in a video. And, like, on the one hand, I can kind of, see where they're coming from, because I certainly remember a time when I was new to Yu-Gi-Oh! And I thought, like, all these, OTK, FTK things were, like, really neat. It's really funny to see one of them for, like, the first time. But the thing is, I feel like there's a lot of people who see that and then either don't play the game or they just try that, get it off once or twice, and then leave. I feel like it's better, if you want to maintain the brand, to have a competitive game that people actually like playing. But, like, that makes sense. If you look at, like, why they keep the power level so high, why they keep so much bad stuff in the format for so long. They're like, why was Rongo legal when it was easy to make? Why was VFD legal for so long? Why was the dumb Drytron deck that had, like, Herald of Ultimateness with, like, 7 Omni Negates? It's because they don't look at this card game as a fun back and forth game. They see it as, look at the cool shit you can do. You can do so much cool, crazy shit. Your opponent can't even play the game. Isn't that wacky? As a thought, yeah. That's how they sell and advertise and market the game. That is wacky, yeah. Oh, I need to upgrade the thing. We are now in P4. Hacha! Alright. We are yet again going second, but we're going second against Test Deck. All we have is Ash. One Ash to save the world. They've got the canine... Never mind. Mickey on? Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine, you blow my mind. I was like, well, they've got the canine background and the canine icon. Maybe it's never mind. This ain't canine. Soul Levy. Each time your opponent special summons, they mill 3. So is it a mill deck or a burn deck? Let's go ahead. We're going to use this. Yeah, I think we send this off. Let's get... Yeah, we get... yeah. The question is, do we take out the thing that is going to cause us trouble? Yeah, I think we have to hit the Soul Levy, unfortunately, even though the rest of the back row is probably bullshit. Well, there goes a Medius. Let's get rid of that. No more mills for you, please. Let's go ahead and get Medius. Fortunately, I play 2. And I think we just go for the nuke. The nuke, when they've got a bunch of back row, like most of our stuff is not back row reliant. Special summon. Yeah, we just go Nerval. Hope they can't chain anything. Wait, no. We've got the Omni Negate. Both of those would need to be something really bad. The Time Lord will survive. Cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. Yeah. Okay, we just get the Omni Negate. We played a little safe. The Omni Negate and the Trap. Secret Barrel. Okay, so it is a burn deck. Yeah, we get this. We activate, we send off the trap, we get Finmel. And then we just got it, right? They have to do something here because now we have the negate. I guess if they have Nibiru... Oh, what luck. I'll set that. I'll set that 9 times out of 10. Do I even have anything I want to add back? I guess it never hurts to get something. So we get this. We add... Oh, we just add the owl back. We keep this. Normal summon. And yeah, if you get the whole crew with the Diactrys fusion, together they make exactly 8,000. I'm not sure if that was intentional theming, but I like to believe it was. So now we can negate them, so they can be destroyed by battle and card effects. And they've only got the one back row, which we can negate. So unless they have, like... This is something they can activate, and they would need, like, Goddess of Sweet Revenge, too. I think we can negate that with the counter trap, though. So 400, 24. Gores. Trap trick? No. I refuse. Get out of here. I'm gonna go 21. Do they have that dragon that's like... Nope. There we go. Easy peasy. Playing this in Platinum really makes it seem very powerful. Fatal Abacus. Each time a monster is sent from the field to the graveyard, inflict 500. Isn't there another card that's like anytime a card is sent to the graveyard? Yeah, they just had, there was like the Grave Caller or whatever. How are you going to send cards from the field to the graveyard? Yeah, like this doesn't even work with Soul Levy because it needs to be sent from the field. You need a Coffin Seller to Grave. There's a card that like... I wonder if it's related cards? No, there are no related cards. It's not Coffin Seller, that's a different card. But there's a card that's... Fuck. Let me look real quick. Skull Invitation. Yeah, Skull Invitation. Each time a card is sent to the graveyard, inflict 500. Coffin Seller is like... Each time a monster is sent to your opponent's graveyard. Oh, I guess that would work too. For some reason I thought Coffin Seller was the like spell card that let you discard 3 cards. But yeah, the other one is if you were making if you wanted to make a deck with Soul Levy, you would want every card sent does 300. They went with 500, but this only works with the field, and they literally have no way to send from the field. Yeah, this is the thing I was worried about, Mahama the Fairy Dragon. Summon Breaker. Yeah, and this is a Nambo too, because it's like... Do you want them to summon, or do you not? And then they've just got, this is essentially Magic Cylinder, 300 for every card they control. Yeah, like, you want them to control more cards. 500 for every monster they control, 200 for every card they control and in their hand. When either player takes battle damage, special summon this, either gain life points or inflict that damage to your opponent. Twice the win cons means twice the chance to win. That's the thing is, like, I don't think this mill is your win con. And Curse of Darkness. When they activate a spell, they take 1,000 damage. Yeah, so if it, we're doing Deck Architect again. Probably want to replace the Soul Levies with something else. Maybe some Lava Golems. Probably want to get rid of the Fatal Abacus. If you want to have it combined with Soul Levy, I would put that in. I wouldn't play Summon Breaker because you want them to put monsters on the field so that these are bigger. Maybe like some Solemns. If you're going to set a whole bunch. I guess the point of Summon Breaker is to not die. I mean, ideally you want to win the game in one turn because you ain't going to get a chance to draw. Alright, we get to go first for the second time. Alright. We doing pretty good. Let's activate this. Some people only playing 2 of this. Alright, we can play around that. Yeah, we absolutely playing around that. I don't need to fusion summon shit. Okay, so we activate Finmal. Hello? Let's draw a card. That's a good one. We'll discard this. We'll get Littera. Literally. Well, you got a droll? It'd be a shame if you drolled yourself, wouldn't it? Send that off. Get Graflair. So this is 2000% Cool Tune, right? Yeah. You can add 1 Medius the Pure from your deck to your hand. Yeah. So we're gonna normal summon Medius the Pure. Not activate the effect because we already have the owl. If we set this and they have the clip, I think we just gotta risk it. Yeah. So there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 disruptions without giving them anything off of that. Okay. I'm gonna say no to that one, Chief. Actually, I probably should have let them, and then I can just Graflair it. End of the main phase. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do this now. Because otherwise they just run over it. We'll get the Omni Negate. We'll search follow-up. Yeah. Yep, go ahead. Oh, I thought maybe they would crash in order to do something else. Yeah, might as well. Put the owl back. And there we go. Easy peasy, beautiful cover girl. Yep, we'll get our fusion spell back. We'll make non-finito. Finito Mussolini. There you go. I was like, do we even show that one? Because we didn't do anything, but it is, I guess, good to show that we can play underneath, underneath Fuelos. So, yeah, I guess we include that. Non-finito confusion again on the opponent's turn. Yeah, I know. Ugh. I don't know why my heart burned so bad today. I was heckin' right. They only had one clip. There was no reason to be afraid of clip. Let me get the rare second Tums real quick, chat. You can play Ilya Sylvia. I know. I think I have her in the deck. I just don't use her very often. Another day, another duel. Ah, I see. Monsters you control and monsters from your hand or field. Okay, yeah, I think this one works if they don't have any more disruption, but we gotta hit this. Ghost Bell. Alright, well, if that's the case, then we just don't even risk it to make like a half board. Yeah, Perulia eats our lunch. We can play under Fuelos. Yeah, we'll set one and keep the other one in hand, just in case they've got some kind of back row removal. Because, I mean, once we activate this, we can activate the other one from the hand. Oh, hello. I would like to say no to that. You again. All right. Shut up. Yeah, we just have to try, we have to do it this way. Hello. Fusion summon, please. Non-finito. We use these two. Yeah, we put this here. And then chain link one this. Chain link to her. And then what we can do is set the counter trap, which is live because we control an Artmage. And then this will get us the Art Academy. Do they have Droll? They do have Droll, but we have the counter trap for that. So I would prefer if you did not. Anyway, Acropolis. We'll discard the Imperm. We'll grab Graflare. Ash as well. Ah. All hand traps. Yeah, unfortunately, that's about it for us. Yeah, I mean, we did get hit with 4 hand traps. And there's Regina, which gives them full combo. Sometimes you get 4 hand traps and a 1-card starter. Yeah, and then they just make it. Okay. We finally lose a duel. They only had 1, too.
Yes.
Alright. Droll gonna have to do it for us. Unfortunately, Droll does nothing to Fiendsmith. And sadly, Fiendsmith is also one of the, or not Fiendsmith, Wave High King Caesar is one of the few cards that, like, absolutely cooks us alive. Because every card in the archetype is, like, an effect that summons itself from the hand. So that we could just, like, Graflare, negate, Finmel, negate on, like, a single card. I'm fighting Mario, I am. And of course they had the cross out for the Droll. The only potential chance is that maybe they have, well, we'll have to see. They're almost certainly going to make Wave High. But I forget if Wave High can activate both the effects on the same chain. It's possible we can normal summon this, try to activate the Graflare, and then when they negate it, we chain the Power Patron to fuse. So we fuse instead of losing the material. That would let us make non-finito to get the counter trap. And then when we summon Finmel, we can stop it. Oh, we've already got the counter trap. The negate isn't once per chain? Damn. So what we gotta do is normal summon this, activate Graflare, let it get killed, activate Finmel, then chain the Power Patron. And that's, of course, assuming that all they end on is the wave high. If they have anything else, we're probably dead. Unless, of course, we draw... I mean, we do play 2 copies of Super Poly and 3 copies of Forbidden Droplet. So there's entirely a chance that we just make something that cooks their lunch. No, it's Centurion. Now we, like, have to open Droplet or Super Poly or we're dead. Because those are the only things that can really out something like a Cosmic Blazar Dragon. I will make Supernova more than Blazar. No, Blazar is, like, better, though. Why is Blazar still legal? Because it's hard to make. And despite everything, you know, it don't win that many games. Okay, so they didn't end on... Oh, they did end on a 12. Yeah, so they can make Crimson Dragon and do everything. Well, that might help. Why couldn't I activate that? Should have been able to activate it in the standby. Yep, you're not going to be able to get it out fast enough. So I'm going to get 2 draws to hopefully get into what I need to. Yep, so there's Crimson Dragon. There's one. Ah, okay, they ain't doing anything yet. Well, there's a chance. Normal summon Power Patron? Oh yeah, they go for it. No, we fine. Come on, Droplet. Show me the Droplet. No, just like Foolos. When your opponent activates a card or effect, negate that activation. If you do, destroy it. Yeah, this is only, it's a negate and a pop. Okay, so we try this. This tributes it. No, it discards. Yeah, I think we try to do this. No, we don't. We just lose the Finmail. Because if they pop this, then we don't get the Reflare, we just get the non-finito. Huh? I mean, I'll take it. Does Owl have to include himself? I don't think so. Using this card you control, yeah, it does have to use itself. I'm wrong. There's a little fly, like a gnat, flying around. Go first to 4. Well, this is a go second hand if ever I've seen one. Variance, chat. Sometimes you have to deal with it. I would prefer if you did not. What? Umi, yeah, they just tribute it, and then I'm locked into waters. Oh, set 3. Alright, that is a starter, although we have no spell traps. Damn. Yeah, we have to wait. They 10 million% have torrential tribute. Entirely possible. Yeah, sure. Yeah, they're just playing another Fenrir. I'm not even gonna bother to roll. No. Alright, any spell trap does it. Any spell trap, and I think any Artmage, although, of course, if they have, like, an infirm or something, then I'm screwed. That works. Or an Ash of their own. Alright. We got the Academy. They're gonna banish the Graflair, unfortunately. Or the field spell. It has to be a face-up card, so setting it is fine. Okay, they're taking out the field spell. Let's go ahead and pop the middle piece. Imperm, alright. Vandalism. Vandalism. Normal. A second one. Special summon in defense by attributing 3 monsters with different types, but it's in defense is the problem. And I've already normal summoned. Yep, I think we just have to pass here. C stealth attack. Yep, the max E does nothing here. Yeah, unfortunately, they're just not playing a deck that really does anything into Max C. Negate that attack and special summon Medius the Pure. That doesn't really help me though. It saves me some life points. Oh, the first time this would be destroyed by battle, it isn't. Of course, I need a water monster to do anything. Oh, wait, hold on here. Activate this. Try to blow up the sea stealth. They have to banish the Ocean Dragon Lord to protect it, and then I can summon. Or they do that. Yeah, it doesn't do anything, is the problem. Like, I can summon this, but I can only control one non-water monster. Should have gone for Sea Stealth too. It counts as Umi. So does this. They had 2 Umis either way. Yeah. Amazing. Yeah, we finally go first again and we brick. We need more draw power, I think. We're fine. We just, you know, sometimes variance happens. Sometimes you go first and you draw all hand traps. Sometimes you go second and you draw all starters. Oh, brother. Ah! That gnat flew into my nose. Medicine Graveyard, Shuffle Max D, Add Patron, Crash, Owl, Owl Effect, make Diactorus. I don't think I can try to summon Diactorus while I have Owl on the field. Also, what's the point of getting Diactorus when the negate would be off and they have Fenrir on the field? Flat isn't usually like this? Sure it is. Funny. Okay. Vandalism. Great. Hand Rip, the movie, the game. I just hope they don't take the Medius out. That sucks. And unfortunately the Power Patron has to go to the graveyard, right? So we can't even do the thing. We have to wait until... We have to wait until next turn. It's the only way. They don't have any scale, so I don't think they can kill us very easily. And I think we can super poly them. They're all machines, right? I don't know what their types are. Whale. Same type and attribute, but different names. Same type. Okay, so we can't already do it. Flip, destroy one spell trap. Yeah. How do you hit an aircraft? You ban Di-Fi and Shifter, which people want anyway. Can the whale activate during the damage step? Oh, it's on the field anyway, so it don't matter. Oh, they just ending. Okay. Oh, it's gonna get instantly flipped down, isn't it? No, it's not gonna get instantly flipped down, so non-finito can still get me something. Oh, whoops, I didn't want to make that. No, yeah, we gotta get you in the graveyard. No, I won't have 3 counters. Yeah, we get this back. Yeah, put another one of these. Wait, what can we make here? Discarding a spell trap while I control. Ah, I see. Is non-finito a special summon on my turn or only on the opponent's turn? Only on the opponent's turn. Okay, good to know. Let's get this. Let's get you. Did I already normal summon? I did. I'm gonna have to do this on the opponent's turn. When it activates, you can banish one fusion monster you control. Doesn't have to be face up. Hold up. Yeah. So we're gonna send this off. We're gonna get Finmel. Oh, I haven't used my normal summon. Hold up. What's the text on Nerva again? 3 monsters with different types. Okay, hold up. We discard this. We grab the Graflare. Oh, I only get the normal summon of this. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I was like, I have a normal summon. I forgot it's the field spell normal summon. Do I wait till next turn and try to do it? No, I think I have to try now. I just don't want to lose the Litera. Okay, normal summon this. Oh, and now I can't activate her. Oh, unless we Medius. Yeah, that'll get 3 on the field. Yeah. Okay, so we Medius. We shuffle back the Droll. That puts 3 back on the field. Then we activate her to negate. We chain the Power Patron. Blow up everything. Yeah! All right! It took a while to navigate that. Every time we play against fucking Aneacraft, it's can we resolve the Nerva? And we did, so we win. Fucking lawyer game. Best semi-tower. Oof. Pete Fartmage. Why game but wait, can they not chain to the Nerva effect? Oh, real fun haver here. Estiv would like a honk critter for Estiv. Thank you, critter. When your opponent activates a card or effect that would destroy a card. Oh, that's hilarious. So when I Nerva, they can't flip up the tail because Nerva doesn't say destroy a card or effect. It says change an effect that already activated. And because Finmel doesn't say destroy, she says negate. They can't flip this up when Finmel activates, and they can't flip it up when Nerva activates. Would. You didn't activate an effect to destroy. That's very silly. Very silly indeed. Good to know we have the counter there. Children's card game, by the way. But I'm not destroying cards. I'm saying she can destroy cards. We're not doing well on the coin tosses today, I tell you what. We're saving them up, hopefully. Hopefully once we get into Diamond, then we'll have a bunch of coin toss wins. Alright. We got full combos, so I'll just do this at the start of the turn. That way we play around triple tack. Oh, brother! It's been a while since I've seen you. And I was glad. We just not want him to activate a spell trap. Yeah, I think we hit this here. Because we might draw into other stuff once they start going. Like, if we let them go through the combo, they'll draw. But if they're able to get to the, like, Super Factorio or whatever, then they can maybe end on less stuff. This kind of forces them to play into the Charmy. Because this summons from the deck. That's a pretty good draw. Hi, Soup. Is Soup here? Two Charmies! They might be able to deck us out. Super pop. Oh, okay. Yeah, if you haven't heard, the next person to be on Phil and the Jank Season 2 is Soup, who you might know if you watch Death Market Rebellion, the tabletop game that I'm on Surprise Round RPG. The Arrival Cybers ad Ignister. I am uncertain if I have an out to that, chat. I should have played the white woman. Do I have any way to get over that? If you don't know, this is just unaffected by other card effects. Can we get bigger than 6,000? No? Yeah, we don't. Unfortunately, we're playing all this stuff to outbrand it, which we haven't run into yet. Sure, we have Medius. Oh, we don't have the field spell. Oh, this counts as an Artmage card, though. Okay. Hello, Griflair. Set a card, yeah. Get rid of this back row. I should have summoned this in defense. Do we have anything that might be able to attack directly? No. No. Do we have anything that can't be destroyed by battle? Like, can we just force them to stall out against us? Yeah, I guess we just need to add in the White Woman. What can I say? I didn't expect to run into any towers. Griflair can survive one hit, yeah. The real question is, do we sit here and stall and hope they surrender? We will deck out way before they can. The level 5? What about the level 5? $39. Yeah, we'll just get out of here. Can't you change the position of a token? Good point. Hold. If they keep making tokens, we can use Diactorus to turn them into attack. If they put anything else into attack to try to eat through the board, like if they get lazy. Yeah, like if they start making more links. What are they trying to bring back? 2,000. Yeah, we have to stop that. Oh, access code, and then they can just start. Yeah. Okay, we can get the arts. We can do this. Send the other one. Let's get Litera. Ghost Ogre! The simulations warned me this might happen. I didn't know I could protect it. I guess Ghost Ogre ain't shit. You learn new things every day, you sure do. Hey, that's nice and all. But what if he came back? Do you have another monster to destroy him by battle, Smile? Oh, I'm stalling all the time. Yeah, we just gotta hope they get frustrated, they get sloppy, they move those tokens into attack. Wait, no, don't call me Joe Stalin. That's very different. Yeah, their extra deck is down to 8 cards. I can do this all day. Hoot hoot. Yeah, I don't want the other cards. Towers can't be super polyed, yeah. It's a card effect, and they're immune to card effects. Ball! Wait, what? Oh, it's unaffected. Well, touche, salesman. What can I say? Wait, I counted that as a win. Two of them things. Yeah, that's just like all they're doing. Yeah, we don't need an IP. Alright, ever so slight change to the deck. We just got out of a duel where we got hit by the Arrival Cyber's Attic Nister, which if you don't know is... Ugh. Pardon me. Okay. Alright, so very small change to the deck. We just got out of a duel where we got hit by the Arrival Cyber's Attic Nister, which if you don't know is like a 6,000 attack monster that is unaffected by card effects. And we just had no realistic out to it. And while that's not common in the higher levels, down here in Plat, we might run into more stuff like that. So I figured go ahead and put in an Underworld Goddess, just so we have something to deal in case we come up with stuff like that. Okay. Play the Raiders Night line. Oh yeah. That wouldn't have done it though. What he's talking about, there's Raiders Night and is it Dark Rebellion? Yeah, Arc Rebellion. Detach 1, this card gains attack equal to the face-up attack of all other monsters on the field. Then if this has a Dark Ixie, negate the other effects. You cannot declare an attack. Oh, gains attack. Yeah, I'd have to have something else. Is Gorgon a link 3? Gorgon wouldn't help us. Yeah, I think that's less likely. Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll try this. We need to get 2 Medius the Pure, but that's not too hard. We could have done that last time. Yeah, we do this instead, because it's funnier. The problem with the underground woman is that she eats up like everything we have, and doesn't necessarily win us the game. Doesn't the field spell lock? Yeah, if I use it. But I have to search. You can add to your hand or special summon a power patron. If this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle 1 monster, special summon it. You can only use... Yeah. It's fine. The thing is, in order to make the white woman, we would need to use, like, Littera, Graflair, Finmel, and Medius. Maybe we could keep her and, like, normal summon a hand trap, but this is much easier to do. Okay. We're gonna try that, plus we're in Platinum, it's fine. Alright, we're making a small change to the deck because we just got out of a duel where we faced... okay. Alright, we're making a small change to the deck because we just lost a duel to the Arrival Cybers ad Ignister, which if you don't know, is a Towers monster, unaffected by all things, with 6,000 attack, and we just had no out to it whatsoever. Now, you're probably not going to run into that kind of stuff most of the time, but I feel like in Platinum it's more likely to show up, so we should play something to out it. Now, obviously, we could just play the White Woman, you know, the Underworld Goddess, but we play that in a whole bunch of other stuff, plus we're still in Platinum, so I figured we'd try something that is unique to this deck that was like a tech in Genesis cards. In the Genesis, okay. Except from the extra deck. Chorozo. Okay, but then I have to take out another thing out of the extra deck. Or special summoned by sending the correct monsters to the graveyard. Chorozo doesn't require them to attack. And also, they're just talking about, basically, you can special summon this by sending a Fusion Synchro Ixie Link plus 1 spellcaster. So we could send a Fusion plus Littera in order to make this. And then we have a level 4 plus another level 4. Alternatively, we could just get to Medius the Pure with one of our many ways to get to it, and then summon another Medius out of the graveyard and use those two. I don't think we want to add this in just in case. Because then, like, you have to understand, I'm already doing something silly by devoting 2 extra deck spaces to what could be Underworld Goddess. Taking out a third card for that is a little step too far. People keep saying Gorgon. Talking about this, right? Monsters this card points to can't attack and their effects are negated. Gains attack equal to the original attack of all the monsters this points to. Cannot be destroyed by battle or monster effects while it points. I forgot it gained attack. Yeah, I think I'd rather do this. We'll see, we'll see. It would have, yeah, it would have dealt with her. The problem is the other big towers in the format is the dragon that devours the dogma, which is specifically in the extra monster zone. Oh, no, it's not. Every time I've run into it, they've played it in the extra monster zone. Wait, wasn't the arrival in the extra monster zone as well? Yeah, so the Gorgon wouldn't be that good because in order to get to it, we would have to make like a cross sheep first and then make something underneath it. So then we're wasting 5 materials instead of 4. Arrival has an up arrow. Okay. But other stuff won't necessarily. Yeah. Again, it outs that specific thing, but I'm talking about towers in general. Like, if we go up against Raid Raptors, there's a chance we play against Raid Raptors. Lots of things deal with that. Okay. Let's try this again. Alright. Alright, we're making a small change to the deck. We just got out of a duel where we faced the Arrival Cybers ad Ignister, which if you don't know is a 6,000 attack monster that is unaffected by all card effects. And that's not seeing a lot of play up in the higher tiers, but in Platinum you can run into Towers monsters more likely. Okay. Alright, so we're making a small change to the deck. We just got out of a duel where we lost to the Arrival Cybers ad Ignister, which if you don't know is a 6,000 attack monster that is unaffected by all card effects. And we just did not have an out in the deck to get around that, to get over it. And while we could play the Underworld Goddess, you know, that's the common thing you play to get rid of those Towers type monsters, I thought we'd play something that's a little bit more unique to this deck. This is something that saw a lot of play in Genesis format versions of the deck, which is Raiders Knight into Ark Rebellion. This is a card you have to make specifically with 2 Dark level 4 monsters, and while we do only have 1 Dark monster in Medius the Pure, we get an extra normal summon of it, and it can summon itself out of the graveyard, and we've got cards to search it, and those cards are searchable with Graflair, so it's really not that difficult once we get our engine up and going, if we're in a grind game against the Towers, to just normal summon 2 copies of Medius and the Pure. Then we can make Raiders Knight and go into Ark Rebellion. This says you can detach 1, it gains attack to all the other monsters on the field, and then only this card can attack. But I mean, if they have a Towers and we have this plus a couple other things, we can easily OTK over whatever monster they have, no matter how high it is. We just got to make sure we clear the board first. Which again, shouldn't be too difficult because we can keep getting Graflair to pop their back row. We can negate everything else with Finmel. So we're trying that out. It's a little goofy. We should probably just go with this, but we're in Platinum, so we're going to be goofy. This is Artmage 1.1, jumping back in. Pardon me. Oh, hey. We got the choo-choo. Anyone experiencing a mate glitch where you can't see them while dueling? Nope. Oh, go first. Add one of those. Can't say that I am. This feels like the setup to a joke. Alright. Going first makes me feel alive. Yada yada hyperdrive. We're going to activate this, even though we have no spell traps. Okay. That makes our game a little easier. So we're going to start with Graflair. Hello there. And since we've already got Medius the Pure, I think what we're going to set... Yeah, we're just going to set Varnish, and then Varnish will let us add a card. Yeah. We could also set the Fusion, but that doesn't really do a whole lot. So we're going to set this. We're going to activate. We're going to get Littera. Literally. We're going to activate the Littera. I can't believe these two, of all things, have the 77% win rate. We'll get this back. We'll send this off. We're gonna get Finmel. Let's see if we can skillfully draw the hand trap we need. Nope, it's just another Graflair. And then we'll normal summon Medius the Pure. Not use the effect. Normal summon the Power Patron. Your move, gamer. Max C. Fair enough. Do we want to chain this now? Why did they wait until the main phase? Yeah, we'll chain this now. It means we can't do the Nerval thing later, but it gives us an Omni Negate. So we're gonna go... Yeah. Make non-finito now for the negate? Oh yeah, maybe we should have done that. Going to ash it? No? Okay. What do we get? Just the fusion spell? I think we get the trap. Oh, hello, Buster Whelp. You can add a destruction sword. Yeah, I'll risk... Yeah, I'll risk it. I need to destroy that. I don't want them getting the Buster Blader out. I do have dragons. Ah, I see. So, special summoning the Magician's Souls. Curious. You want to discard some cards to try to draw? I mean, yeah, if you want to go minus, that's fine by me. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like it's Dark Magician with Buster Blader. Not the most powerful deck. They do get to Soul Servant and draw one. Anima. Yep, goodbye. End of the main phase. Battle phase. Who you battling? Wait, is this not main phase? This is a quick effect if you have 3 different... no. Why can't I activate the... Oh, there we go. How'd you like to take 24? You're all main phase. Yeah, that's why I looked. I was like, this guy isn't main phase. Apprentice Illusion. Which they can draw and then not summon. Yeah. A good attempt. Yeah, I think we showed that one because I was too powerful. Going first makes me feel alive. I go first and I do some art. This works. Oh, we do Vandalism first. Give me a Medius. We normal summon the Medius. Activate. Get me an Owl. Yeah, and I think we do... This is the better way to do it if you want to play against, like, Nibiru and stuff. So, Vandalism can target a card and make it an Artmage for the end of the turn, because Medius isn't an Artmage. Now that we've got two Artmages, we can make non-finito using this and the Medius. And that'll allow us to chain block the Search of the Field spell, while also getting the counter trap on board that can stop a Droll or an Ash or something else that might stop us. So set on the field, we'll put it behind her for safekeeping, and then this will get us the field spell. Then we activate the field spell. We're going to discard this to get... Yeah, I think how we do it is like this. We add Graflair. I think we can go one step beyond with this. We have to give up the Forbidden Droplet, but it's probably worth it. We get this. Then we grab, yeah, the Awakening. Activate Awakening. No, wait, we're still fine. We don't have to give up the Forbidden Droplet. So check this out. We Littera, summon this, add back the trap, and then we use these two to make Cross Sheep. Then we activate this again, send off the Awakening, get the Finmel, special summon the Finmel to the zone this points to, draw a card, that triggers the Cross Sheep, so we get back the Littera. And then we can... Wait, I thought there was something else we do. I might have forgotten exactly how this line works. I was like, wait, now we're just down Graflair. Wouldn't we prefer to have Graflair? But yeah, I think we get Medius by shuffling back the Cross Sheep. Yeah, and then, yeah, okay, then we'll be able to make Diactorus. So we lose the pop, but we get the ability to make the Omni Negate while having non-finito. I misplaced Finmel. It had to be in a zone that the sheep points to. Yeah, we'll negate this here. I see. Yeah, I think we do it like this. You can fusion summon using monsters you control. Yeah, we can dodge. We could dodge with the trap too, but then it would pop it so we wouldn't negate it. So this is an illusion and a spellcaster. That's not a spellcaster. Medius and an Artmage. Yeah. We can make Diactorus. Haha! You could set this, sure. Triple tack. Yeah, I think we just have to negate that. And we know one of those cards in their hand is a Blue Eyes that doesn't do anything. Typhon. Alright, so you're locked. Okay, yeah, so we do this, even though it keeps them with that. I forget, we want to, yeah, Chainlink 1 Littera. Chainlink 2 Awakening. So we, okay, yeah. Because I always forget that, the Awakening, which order it goes, but we can pop the, what was it? Pop the Typhon with the trap, and then summon back Graflair, and then Graflair can pop the back row. And so we do all that, and then all of our back row is still completely live. Again, this is just one of those decks where, like, if you go first and they don't have one of the big hand traps, you just make, like, everything. Going second, it's a lot rougher, but it still has enough power going second that it doesn't feel like playing one of those stun decks or a combo deck like, what's it called? Gen X. Where if you just, you know, you could do cold fusion if you're allowed to go off, but if you go second, you can't play through like 2 disruptions. This can probably play through 2 disruptions with certain hands. I mean, as you can see, we've won 10 duels and we only went first 6 times, so. Or was that 11? Let's see. Yeah, that was the first one. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it's only 10. Actually gave us an extra win. Ugh. Did that duel do anything unique, really? No, I did the combo. Yeah, you know, I guess that's worth showing. 4, 18. We're going to do a lot of duels this time. Okay. Trying to go until we rank up. First time Cross Sheep makes an appearance. Yeah. All right. One more win and we go to Plat 3. The going is a little slow. This is kind of a grindy deck, especially playing. We probably shouldn't have wasted like 15 minutes playing against that Arrival Cybers deck. And we've had to do 2 long duels against an aircraft. All right, 40 cards. We're versus 19,187. Okay. Unfortunately, we didn't max C at the right time. That was a normal summon, right? Yeah, we do this here. They quick effect. You can target one monster, increase its level, then immediately synchro summon. Oh, it has to be an elf note. So they're like, I'll just make... Quick, make Barone! You cannot. You can make it now and give me a card. That's a pretty good one. Barone pass. Kicking no ass. 2 Medius. Not the greatest. And if they have Ash, we might be a little doomed. Or a Maxi of their own. That would destroy us. Alright. Medius the more pure. Yep, and then they get to take 1 card out of our hand. Do I do this now? Yeah, I think I have to, because if they hit this, I can't do anything. And we're just going to send Medius, and we're going to send the Finmel too. Yeah, we need spell traps to discard. They got something they can activate? They can't activate a monster. Oh, okay, good. They just decided to surrender. That's why it was taking so long, because they were disconnecting their Wi-Fi. That does cause priority to switch back to the opponent for a short time while they finagle with that. The surrender button. Yeah, did they have, what kind of trap? No, they didn't have anything they could have activated. The fuck? Junk Miser. Junk Armor. I got lucky. I got lucky with that Maxi. They were to junk speeder me for my life savings. Okay, well, not too bad for the first day, you know? They were gonna slop it up. Slop it up. Slop it up. Oh, delicious donut, chat. Which one do I eat? I've reset my sleep schedule slightly. So I've been waking up, I woke up today at like a reasonable time and went out and got some donuts while they were still fresh. I got the devil's food cake and the chocolate vanilla tiger tail. Done with the duels already? Yeah, we're gonna call it. You need to run 1 mile per donut. So, Tiger Tail or Devil's Food? Choose wisely. We'll do that here real quick. We're going to do that as a poll, and then we're going to do the, while I set up the next poll. What donut? Twist, Devil. You got 1 minute. And then we're going to do our we're going to do our art impression. Something from Norman Rockwell that doesn't count. Yeah, give me a moment, actually. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. Yeah, if you missed earlier, the dueling part is over, but since we're playing Artmage, I want to end every episode with a little MS Paint art. I'm gonna sit down and try to draw something for y'all. I think that'll be a fun little side event. First, I'm going to use the restroom, though. And I'll take this moment to go ahead and run a couple ads while I'm getting everything set up. So, you know, don't worry if you're not subscribed. You're not going to miss anything. It's just going to be me using the restroom, getting a drink, eating part of a donut, and getting MS Paint set up. Devil's Food. We're saving the twist for tomorrow. What a twist! The vote will be up for 5 minutes. Yeah, you know what? I'll go ahead and put the vote up now. And then even if you're on ads, you can vote. So what card do I draw? And the options we've got are number 39, Utopia, Aneacraft, Atori Mar, IP, Masquerena, of course, or what's it called? Moki Moki. So choose one of those. We'll be back from ads, and obviously if you don't want to see the ads, you could subscribe. That would help support me personally. Or you could just take this moment to go take a break yourself. Get a snack, take a drink, use the restroom. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Which IP art is it? If it wins, we'll vote on which IP art. Oh, and I guess, look, for the people who are here, so you're not stuck watching a chair, let me put on some music. I think I've got something. Yeah, this should get us in the mood. Enjoy some Apocalyptica. The music sounds very familiar. It's a song called Far Away by Apocalyptica, which is a cello quartet with a drummer. How hated is my U-Bell deck? I have people scooping on me turn 1 or 2 like crazy today. It's not the most hated deck, but there are certain people who dislike it. It really depends on what rank you are. But also, like, in general, Yu-Gi-Oh!, especially modern Yu-Gi-Oh!, often only lasts like 1 or 2 turns. It only lasts 1 or 2 turns. And people are finally kind of getting into the mindset, like, you know, you don't need to write out a duel if you're certain that you can't win. And so it's like, if you set up a U-Bell board with a whole bunch of spell traps and they know they don't have any spell trap removal, like, a good duelist is just going to be like, yeah, I can't beat that, and they'll surrender. There's not really, like, this idea of, no, I must stick through it till the bitter end. Especially with U-Bell, which kind of has trouble getting game if they don't play into it. Alright, looks like Atori Mar is the winner. So let's see here. Let's go ahead. We're gonna get MS Paint. The brightness. My eyes. Okay. Move chat down here so they can be seen. All right. Is there like an artistic emote? Do we have a Bob Ross emote? Real quick, how long would it take me to make one of those? I have one for Discord already. Paint? Who the heck is that? Pixel Bob? Community, no. Content, no. Viewer rewards, emotes. Got 5 free emotes. Okay, I got 5 slots. Let me double check here real quick. It would be in stills and images. Buttons, cards worth, episode thumbs, fan art, logos, me, motion backgrounds. Probably logos and such. Emotes. Where's the Bob Ross one? I know we have it on the channel, or on the Discord. I could have swore we did. Did I put it in the wrong folder? This is the Bob Ross. Cool story, Bob, but where do you get that from? I like my Bob Ross better, I just wish I could find it. Might it be in Twitch stuff? No, I didn't make it like that. Okay, I'll have to work on it next time. Will have to remind me. Okay. Y'all ready to begin then? From Bob's channel. It's a global Twitch emote. Ah, I see. So what's it called? Cool story, Bob? He's just like... And now... How am I going to introduce this? And now, Legos, it's time for something completely different. Last time... Okay. Should have got a beret or something at least. Do I have any hat that matches this? Do I have like an artist? What would be considered an artist hat? No, I don't really have anything. I have a crown, I have a cowboy hat, I have a bucket cap. Yeah, we're just keeping the top hat. Okay. And now, Legos, it's time for something completely different. If you missed the RB ladder climb, I tried a unique little gimmick that time. I decided for RB, we would order Arby's and do a bunch of food reviews. And people seem to like that. They like to take a nice break from the Yu-Gi-Oh! And do something a little different. So, for Artmage, I figured instead of dressing up like Bob Ross, I would do as Bob Ross does and try to make some art. We have MS Paint open today, and the people who are live here in chat have decided, out of a small poll worth of cards, that they want me to paint Aneacraft Atori Mar. I guess because we had such good duels against Aneacraft today. You know, we did beat them every time we ran into them, even if they were frustrating. So I'm gonna do my best. You know, I'm a little rusty, but I did take like AP art in high school. I probably could have gone to college for design if I had money to go to college, but I did not. So we're gonna try this out. No idea if it'll work. If you want to skip it, you know, there's time codes below. You could skip ahead. And if you like this, let me know down below. Or if you don't like this, also let me know down below. Any feedback is appreciated. So without further ado, let's see what we can do here. So I'm gonna move this over so I can see it. It looks like the background is mostly like a dark bluish. So you always want to start near the background. We don't have many colors. Oh, do I have access to a color wheel? I do. Kind of like a lighter, something like that. So we're gonna go ahead. There's a fill tool here somewhere, right? Oh, this is fill. Okay. We got a nice kind of bluish. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make a... It looks like there's a little bit of a ground. We're not going to do this exactly perfectly. But there's a ground that's kind of like a darker blue, more of like a purple almost. And yeah, we're going to use our... I think we're going to use straight lines. Oh, wait, I always forget that paint does it like this. Where, like, you can't just go from, like, straight line to straight line. And then we're going to fill... Oh. Let's see. Can I trim everything but the... Wait, there are layers? Holy shit. When did paint get layers? Ah. Sorry, I'm figuring out the rules and stuff in real time. It doesn't look like there's a way I can change the size. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead, change that. I'm gonna try this again. Yeah, and I'm realizing doing this in MS Paint Again, it wouldn't be as much of a problem if I could just like do a line and then draw another line, but instead they make it so that like when you draw a line, it becomes stretchy. So you can't immediately draw a line from where you ended. At least I don't think. Okay, so let's fill. Still not doing it. There we go. Okay. So we've got that. And it looks like there's a gradient, but we don't really have a way to do gradients. We're kind of locked into weird designs. But we can do, there's like a yellow, like there's a little glow over the ocean here. I'm going to try to replicate that by getting a thicker line. How do I make thicker? I know there's a way. Oh, there we go. 8 pixel. So let's go yellow. And what we want to do... Oh, is that as thick as it gets? Come on now. Can I go thicker with the pencil? No, the pencil stays this thin. What do you mean 8 pixels is as big as you can get? This isn't going to work the way I hope it is. Well, I guess I could just color it in. Okay, so let's do this. I like enter. That's weird. Is there any way to confirm? No, clicking on it just lets me change it. I just want to start here so that the lines connect. And escape deletes it. I hate you, MS Paint. Okay. Yeah, and I don't have good enough mouse control. Maybe I should have done this on... No, my Photoshop won't capture correctly. Just gotta get used to it. Okay. Once again, it does not quite stretch all the way across. Is it like this tiny? Yeah, this is why I wanted it to... There we go. And then they've got that little city in the background, which is kind of like an even lighter blue. Choose the eyedropper. Get this. Periwinkle. And that covers up the yellow. So let's go ahead and like... Yeah, this feels so weird and counterintuitive to me. I don't know who designed MS Paint to be like this. It used to not be like this. All right. Fill in the gaps. And if it wasn't, I would do something more freeform, except for this is a very blocky... Okay. There we go. Gotcha. Tiny city. And then it looks like there's kind of like circles. Concentric rings of like darker clouds. But then there's also this yellow. Yes, we want slightly darker clouds. I think that'll work. And for the clouds, yeah, maybe we can use... kind of to do this curve shape. I still don't get how an aircraft works. You gotta watch the Let's Learn. Wait, can I make the... Oh, I can make it bigger. Okay. Hold up. Okay, that's a game changer. That makes it a lot easier. I didn't notice this bar over on the side. Yeah, and then it kind of looks like there's a circle around here. And then what we need is this weird geometric shape here up at the top. Can I... Now the bar on the side is gone. So I can't make straight lines of any thickness. The straight lines are locked into an 8-pixel maximum. That kind of sucks. Yeah, and again, I can't just like do here and then stop and then go over. I have to go here and then hope I'm connecting. Unless there's a... No, there's an undo. Is there a help button? Open settings. Nope. Doing this... It looks like it kind of does like one of these. Something like that, where there's like another... There's like a G shape here. And there's a line going through here. Okay. And there's like a circular shape. Oh, there's a square here. I guess these aren't getting filled, so they don't necessarily have to connect. It really sucks for making circles. Like circles with a straight line? Yes. I don't even know what these are supposed to be. Stuff, man. Everything's kind of like stuff, you know? And then there's... I gotta draw things backwards. Yeah, it looks like it goes through like that. There's a couple lines coming off of it. And then up here, there's this like over... It's like a trapezoid almost. And of course, if I could do an outer glow of some kind to make everything, that would make it easier, but this program ain't doing that. And then, let's see. Need to make this slightly less bright. Let's go here. Let's go ahead actually and see if we can fill. It's glowy. Gotcha. And then we do a brighter. A whiter. I wonder how this is going to fit in the video. I assume with how I'm doing this now that what I'll ask them to do is just make like a montage set to like classical music. And then we'll just like cut to the end. Okay. So we got our background layer. And then we've got orange cube. It's kind of like a dark orange. Like a twisted, fucked up orange, you know? Or more of like a reddish orange. At least that's how it looks to me. We got this like Sims cube over it. And it's the same color coming off of here. And then there's a much lighter, like yellower cube. Or yellower or orange. Kind of like a gold. Oops. Probably brighter now that I look at it. Too bright. Not enough white. You know what? That's probably good. Good enough, you can kind of tell. is the whole drawing process. Like I said, it's just going to be like a dum 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 bum 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 bum. Okay, and now we get to Atori Mar itself, who we're gonna use a kind of dark blue for the outline. This is a figure, so start here. Yeah, 30% opacity of Joe focusing. With just like bits and clips. You know, I was going to do this all on one layer, but now that I'm looking at it, that's the background layer. Let's put another layer on top. Because otherwise, filling in everything is going to be like a complete nightmare. Okay, so we're gonna do that. There's like a little bit of an edge there, so we'll do it like that. Let's actually zoom in for the figure since it's gonna be more prominent. A speed paint maybe, yeah. It'll be up to the editor, however they want to do it. It's kind of like this little blocky section that goes down a little bit. And then up here, do it like that. Comes down below this half. It's not quite straight. There's like a little bit of a curve to it. And then there's like this thing that comes off. Like a little overhang almost. Where the wing comes out. It's got a weird kind of like key shape almost, I would say. And then something comes out. I don't know. Oh, okay. There's like a little... what pixel is it? This is like 8, right? I need a circle and it needs to be small, so... I need to do this to... 8 pixels? Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna go on to that. Let's zoom out a little bit and make sure it's still kind of keeping its shape. This doesn't look like Norman Rockwell. Yeah, Norman Rockwell didn't make MS Paint drawings, did he? Okay, I need to zoom in. Enhance. I never looked at this. The proportions are kind of weird on it, aren't they? Can you? No, you can't even see what I'm looking at. You know what, let's get this wing out here first. Get that little thing. Going off here. What is this thing even? Looks like an airship? Something like that. People call it the whale. Yeah, there's like a tiny, tiny little thing here. Hold up. I need to zoom in again. Stupid gnats. Whatever it is, I want a video where Bob Ross talks about it. And then it's like a little line here where we go out, go back to the circle. There's like a, oops. Tiny little details. Tiny bubbles popping in my thing. Yeah, this just goes right under here. And we got another curvy part. No! If you right click, it cancels. A sad state of affairs. It's our little secret. Okay. We're getting it, we're getting it. It ain't looking great, but it's existing. You know, art isn't about perfection, Chad. It's the imperfections that make it great. Although I just realized that was kind of wrong. I'll do it like that, and then we can... click onto it. Okay, okay, okay. Yep, and then we need these parts, which is going to be the hardest. I think I'm gonna cheat a little bit. Yeah. I go down like that. There's a tiny bit of a overhang. We'll make that go there. There we go. And then this kind of like... Yeah, all these layerings a bit difficult. Just let me do this. Okay, there we go. I think it's our first time we have to use the little erase tool. So what prompted the whale art? We're playing Artmage this month, so I figured what better way to end an Artmage stream than by doing some art. Some mother heckin' art. And people voted on what to do, and they wanted to see this for whatever reason. Erase in MS Paint? How dare they? How dare they? Okay. This is one of those things that would be easier if I could sketch it out, but it's fine. We're doing it live. More erase tool. They're not mistakes, chat. If we erase them. No one will ever know they're there. All right. We're getting there. We're going there. Going up. we go. There we go. Gotcha. We're getting there, chat. We're getting there. One way or another, it's taking shape. Yeah, we're going like here. No, wait. 1 second. Let's try the outside of this first. No, this is just a straight line, isn't it? Not exactly like the original, but close enough. An artist in the making. Now to show you my skills as an artist. First, draw an S, then a more different S. All right. And this is where it becomes a little tricky. We're gonna go out to here. I hate the stupid MS. Is Joe using a mouse? Yes. What do you think I am? Someone who knows how to use a tablet? Yeah, that's just kind of like... okay. The Aneacraft art is so cool. It's pretty neat. It's definitely got some steez to it, if you know what I mean. Any steez fiends in the audience? Okay. Can you tell us a little bit more about your art? You have kind of a background in it, right? yeah, I mean, I mentioned this before, but I took AP art in high school, which is like college placement art. But the big thing was everyone chose like a focus, and my focus was illustration. Because really what I wanted to do, even though I was gonna say, even though I didn't know it at the time, it's like, no, I knew it at the time. I just thought art would be the easiest way to do it. But what I wanted to do was tell stories. I was never really like I never fully got invested into art. I just wanted to get good at art because I had stories I wanted to tell, and I thought people would, it would be easier to get them into it if they could see it rather than like writing. And to be fair, that is true. Like, I've written a full ass book and I can't get like any of my friends or family members to read it. I have a channel with like 70,000 people and only like 1,000 of them are willing to read or listen to the book. So like, I was right in that regard, but unfortunately I just felt, what was it? Part of it was I didn't feel like I was good enough. Part of it was every single art class I went to was trying to make me not do illustration. And so I got the feeling that like, okay, art classes wouldn't be useful to me. Because at least every art teacher I had was not interested in like realistic looking art. They were not interested in like, they wanted like representational stuff. And they were basically like, if you want to tell stories, be an author. So that's what I did. How can you call yourself an artist when you're not wearing a smock? Good question. Let me save this. Sure, I'll put it in the PowerPoint folder. You won't be able to edit layers. Oh, save this project file. Okay. Joe would be too powerful if he attended a creative writing course. The thing was, what was it? A lot of people, I think I've mentioned this before, but I didn't pass high school. I failed out of high school. Not because I didn't like literally drop out or whatever, I just didn't get enough credits to pass. And a lot of that was because I took classes that I thought would be challenging and fun instead of ones that I thought would be like important. Yeah, this is kind of that blue. Okay. So I challenged myself and then failed at those challenges. Yeah, this blue is going to be used on you. Damn it. But there was a brief time after high school, like when after high school, I immediately moved out on my own. Okay, we need this real quick. There we go. Okay, so we're gonna clean this up a little bit. So I immediately moved out on my own, and my original thing, because my parents would be like, well, you gotta have your high school degree, you gotta do this. So the first year I moved out, I took some online courses, and one of them was creative writing. And I did like 3 assignments, and then the teacher, what was it? So I started submitting stories. And it was, I'm trying to think of like how to phrase this, because I guess it sounds really bad, and maybe it kind of was, but I didn't feel like it was at the time, and I still don't feel like it was. But like I had a story and she was like, I don't like foul language in my stories, and gave me like an F on it, and I was just so angry I quit. And the foul language was like, I used the word piss once. A guy was like, yeah, I really gotta piss. And I'm like, this is for babies. I'm in college and I'm still getting like, you can't talk language like that. I would go for, I mean, it was all online or whatever, so it didn't matter. But it was a, what was it? It was not a good, it was like a short story, and like, I think that was the other thing. For like the first one, I wrote like a fantastical story. Like it was like a short story that had to do with like time travel or whatever, and she was like, why don't we write something that's a little bit more grounded next time? So I wrote a story about a guy, like a young guy who had been in an accident, and he had been blinded by the accident, and he was trying to kind of come to terms with it. The story was basically just like him trying to go to the bathroom without anyone's help, and basically getting lost in his own house, and just kind of like deciding that he was going to give up for now, and he just like kind of sits down. And it was almost like a monologue of him sort of like thinking back to everything that happened and wondering how like things were going to change. And again, it was just like, I didn't know what it was like to be blind. I didn't write a whole bunch, or I didn't look up a whole bunch of stuff about it. It's probably really cringy. But I was just like, it's realistic, you know, that's something that people deal with. That's something I would think. But again, he was just like, man, I really gotta piss. And she was like, foul language, 0 out of 10. It's like, I guess technically, I don't know, it's like technically, I guess like, that's the thing that got me too, right? It was like, I guess technically it was a story about a guy who had to pee, but like, he had to pee and he was blind and couldn't find his way to the bathroom. It didn't like dwell on that, but I was like, it would be unrealistic to have like this 20-year-old guy who is gone through this and is like, I need to urinate. And again, just everything I did in high school and even in early college was just very much like, I thought the point of going to school was to learn things. I didn't think the point, like, I refused to do schoolwork where it was like, well, the point of this is to show that you can do the work. Just fake it and just don't, you know, don't think about it. Just make something up. I'm like, I'm not here to just make something up. I'm here to try to make something compelling. Oops, wrong one. All right, we got it there. Yeah, it didn't help. The other thing too, oops, I should have known. Like, I also took a Spanish class because I needed a language course, because I took 3 years of Latin, but I only passed 1 year of Latin. I kept trying to learn it, and I was just not good at it. So I was like, fuck it, I'll take Spanish. Everyone says it's the easiest. We'll be able to get along. Plus, I was working at Jack in the Box at the time, and a lot of people at the Jack in the Box spoke Spanish. So I was like, this will give me a good chance to do it. And I'm just not good at languages. Like, I tried, and I just like failed out of that just by virtue of like being bad. Yeah. Looks like that. We're gonna go you and you. Oops. And so it was like, you know, as I was working on the creative writing, not only did I have like, I was upset at the teacher, But also I knew that even if I buckled down and passed this, I would still not have enough because I was failing Spanish. And it's like, well, fuck, man. Also, this is not right. This is not right in a bunch of ways. Yeah. Let's do this and one of, oh, whoops. One of these. Yeah, there's not enough blue on that to really make it count. Okay, where else are we getting blues? Blues Clues. We are talking about Blues Clues. Yep, we're just doing that. That'll work. Oops. I forgot what that question. Someone had asked me something originally, and then I like completely got off on a tangent. Oh yeah, just what my art stuff was. So yeah, that was because I ended up failing out of high school. I was in this weird thing where like I didn't have a high school diploma, but I had API'd advanced art credits. So like I had college credits, but couldn't use them in college because I couldn't get into college. I did eventually get my GED. I took that test, and I did go to college for a little bit. Longtime fans will know what I went to college for. I'm curious if anyone remembers. But that ended up being a dead end as well. Yeah, we'll get a little bit. Advertising? Nope. Professor at Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, did you know they offered that as a college degree? It's crazy. I got my YouTubing degree. You know, in the future, that might be a thing. Okay, it's coming together. And then everything else is kind of like this grayish color. Kind of like this gunmetal almost. I have a PhD in dueling. I've got a PDF in kicking your ass. But no, someone had it. It was a stenography. Ah. Does anyone even know what a stenographer is? A GED in jank. Okay. Not what I wanted to do. There we go. Courtroom minutes writer, yeah. Which I quit for a combination of a bunch of reasons. I was doing pretty good at it, And I quite liked it. It was one of the few things I like practiced with, and like I remember taking like a paper thing to work, and I would like practice on doing the stuff while I was working the drive-through. Like people would give me orders, and I would pretend I was stenographing them. Great way to practice. But then two things happened. One was we had a career day where like we got to talk to actual like professional stenographers and ask any questions we had about it. And the whole reason I wanted to be a stenographer was because what I really wanted to be was an artist. And I was hoping for a job where like, you know, get a nice government job, 9 to 5, doesn't work weekends, goes in, does that, does the stenography thing, goes home, clocks out, and then can spend the rest of my time working on art. And then we have the career day, and the career day, like, you know, a bunch of stenographers come in and they're like, if you want to get, like, all the jobs at the courtrooms are pretty much taken. Like, unless you want to go to the middle of nowhere to, like, a new town that's just being built and try to get the court reporter job there, you ain't going to be able to get that. Most stenographers, what was it? They're like, if you can get a court reporter job, they're pretty sweet, but it's almost impossible to get. There's the closed captioning jobs at like the big networks, but those are being phased out by text-to-speech. And most stenographers, like 80%, end up basically working as an assistant for an attorney or a lawyer, where they want people who can take notes, and they don't want to have stuff, they don't want to like record themselves. They want it written down, someone they can talk to like remove stuff or add stuff or make stuff simpler for them. And so they'll hire you on. They're like, it'll pay really, really well. The problem is, if you want to be one of those, the best way to do, or the only way to do it, is they're like, basically there are bars that are near courthouses where lawyers kind of hang out. And if you want to get the attention of a lawyer, you have to like hang out at those bars and like network with people. You have to like talk to people and be able to strike up a conversation. And then they're like, and even then you kind of get like temporary work. Oftentimes they won't, like, you have to build up a rapport by talking with them over and over again. And then eventually, if they like you enough, you can one of them will hire you on as a full-time retainer. That sounds so painful, especially to like an antisocial person like me who specifically wanted a job where like, I just want to clock into my 9 to 5. I didn't want to have a really social job. And then to get like halfway through the program and be told like, hey, actually this is an insanely social job. Have fun. Like, well. And even then, because I had invested so much, like the stenography machines were like $200 used. And I actually had to take out a loan from my parents to afford one because I was living pretty much paycheck to paycheck. And they didn't tell you when you started the class that you needed to provide your own machine, which is like cruel. I remember like the first day they're like, yeah, you need to get a machine by like next week. And I was like, fucking what? How much do they cost? And they're like, oh, a new machine is only like $800, but you can get a used one for like $200 if you really want. So I had to like call up my parents and be like, can I borrow $200 for this? And they're like, yeah, of course. And then I got it, and I got a used machine, and I was working on it, and right around that time, my machine broke. The used one I had stopped working, and I couldn't get it fixed. We're just gonna try to do this manually. You are now breathing manually. And so it was like, I was already really down on it, and then I was going to have, it's like, hey, do you want, okay, I can't do this manually. It's like, hey, do you want to pay an extra, what's it called? Do you want to pay an extra $200 to get another used machine to do a job that no longer seems like it's working for you? So I just cut my losses, dropped out, and here I am. Here we are. Born to be kings. Let's see. We want to... Where's the dropper? The dropper. I get this. We're gonna make it a darker gray. Yeah. Looks like, wow, these are complicated. Actually, that needs to be a lot darker. Okay. I'm gonna do that. We're glad we have you, Joe. Well, thank you. And yeah, I've told this before where it's like, I started YouTube hoping that that would be the job where I could clock in and, you know, put out however many videos a day and just slowly, like, make money without having to do a shit ton of work. I originally started a Let's Play channel. Specifically because I really liked the Game Grumps at the time, and they would talk about how, like, yeah, they would spend 1 day a week recording, and they would record for like 12 hours straight or something. But then afterwards, they would have enough material that they could chop it up into a whole bunch of episodes. Because at the time, they put out like 15-minute episodes. And so it was like, get a thing, chop it up into 15-minute episodes. And then, of course, like, I would have to do the editing at first, but I was like, if I got big enough, eventually I could. What kind of games would you have played primarily? We didn't really have, like, a set type or anything. It was just, like, whatever I felt like. And because of how poor I was at the time, it was a lot of whatever I could get on discount. Whatever I could obtain for free. What did the Humble Bundle have this week? We were always trying to find new and interesting stuff. And that's, I've told this before, but like, the whole idea when I first started making Yu-Gi-Oh content, I didn't know Yu-Gi-Oh YouTube was a thing. My idea was, I was already playing Yu-Gi-Oh with my friends on Dueling Book. And I was like, what if we did a Let's Play, but of Yu-Gi-Oh? I don't think anyone's done that before. And people really liked it. YouTube didn't turn out how you thought, no. Don't get me wrong, YouTube is by far and away, the best job I've ever had. But it is also something where I have to work like at least 40 hours a week. Usually more. Sometimes, you know, back in the olden days, ban list drops and it's like, hey, drop what you're doing and make a ban list reaction. And it's definitely not something that you can like, you know, I would have liked it if I could just turn it into, hey, I'm playing Masochist and I'm doing Ladder Climb. And then it was like, we do those and that takes so much time and then I get an editor and then we're fine. But the unfortunate thing about YouTube is it's a constantly evolving market where like you can't keep the same show going for too long or else people get bored. So I'm constantly having to like, you know, come up with new show ideas. And then even like the Phil and the Jank show where it's like, well, this is a new cool show, but now I have to make new decks for it. Now I have to make the wheel. I have to come up with new art assets. I have to make a new intro. And so nothing can ever like just go, nothing can ever become like a latchkey. You're in a creative field now. And it's like anything creative, you know, people are like, oh, being a musician would be great. Like, yeah, it would. Except you have to like constantly reinvent yourself, otherwise people get stale. Unless you go like so viral that you get like a video that just like churns money forever, then maybe eventually. Like you get to, there's certain people like your Jontrons, like your H-Bomber guys, where it feels like they must be making millions of dollars on their backlog, because I can't see how they go like months and months without putting in a video. It feels like you would need to put up a video every once in a while. I guess they both of them do, but they've made it so that they can spend like a year and some change on a video and have it be fine. I can never come up with enough ideas to make a career. Yeah, fortunately I'm able, but it's one of those things. That's why I'm getting more and more trying to push more and more the Legend of Lefty, right? Oh, I didn't think it would do that. Is because it's like, if I can put out a book that like people will come to and it'll be a fun thing, then maybe that will get to the point where like, hey, I've got something that I can either sell the rights to or just have it continually generate revenue. And then I can focus more on the other art stuff I want to do. I still have not gotten like anywhere near close to like the actual thing that I wanted to make when I started my channel. At this point, I'm not sure if I would. Whoa. I really have to go back to, there was a project I was working on like before what was it? There was a main project that I had been working on like since high school, and then when I dropped out of high school, it was me and my buddy Steve, who was an artist. We were going to make a comic book. And we spent like several years trying to make that work. And then eventually Steve was like, I don't think this is going to work. I want to work on my own stuff, and I lost my artist. And I spent a little while trying to figure out if I could trying to find another artist online. But anyone who was good was not going to work on something for the promise of like, hey, if this takes off, you get half the royalties. If you want to make a comic book and you don't want to draw it yourself, you have to pay people in advance, and that cost hundreds upon hundreds of dollars. And I just didn't have the money for that. So my idea was start a YouTube channel and hopefully make enough money that I could hopefully make enough money to be able to pay someone to make my comic book. Some series have real longevity. Competitive Pokemon, yeah. He self-sabotaged his career not to sell out creatively, but in an interview he said he makes as much as a college graduate in a senior position. Enough to live comfortably, but not anything above and beyond how you would imagine. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. My friend works as a security guard, and he makes about as much money as I do. It really depends, because the thing about being a YouTuber in general is it really fluctuates. You gotta save up some money because you won't always have it. Let's see here. I want to get another, but like I make enough money to like I could afford a house back before the housing market completely shit the bed. Oh, whoops. Damn gnats. But yeah, what was it? It was partially, my first plan was be a YouTuber, make enough easy money that I can hire someone to make my comic. And then when it became clear, my idea was, okay, I may not have necessarily enough money, but I can have like an audience and like a modicum of fame. So maybe the best thing to do would be show people I can write by putting out a project where I write really well. And then maybe I'll be able to attract enough people. It was like, make a project and then either make enough money off of that project to hire an artist or get enough fame from that project that an artist would be willing to work with me knowing that I can put out good work. And that's why I started The Legend of Lefty. The Legend of Lefty was the warm-up project for what I really wanted to do. And then unfortunately it just took me 10 years to get it done. Okay. There we go. We do this, we do this, we do this. We go, I think I want the line for this one. Yeah, and the thing is, it's been so long on that main project that, like, fuck, I'm not even sure if that would, like, hold up anymore. It felt kind of revolutionary at the time. And then I've watched person after person, like, do something very similar. Where it's like, well, now it just feels derivative. But I do still, like, I if not that project, I do still have, like, a whole book sheet full of, like, a bunch of different stuff I want to work on. Anything you want to tell us about the real thing? I mean, I could tell you, like, a million things about it, but I don't know how much people want to listen to that. Anytime someone has, like, a story, it's like, oh, here's a really cool story that I don't have anything I can show you. That, and, like, half the time, I'll get on, like, a ramble about it, and then, like, I'll look up and notice that half the audience is left. More than half. But if you have if there's anything specific you would like to know. Joe, we were watching you draw shapes. We will sit here and listen. Yeah, the main thing about it was, that made it, like, kind of unique, at least at the time, was just its absolutely huge ensemble cast. It was, the whole idea was I wanted to have a show, well, granted, I guess this part isn't derivative, but I wanted a show where it wasn't one protagonist. It was entirely an ensemble. And so the idea is, basically, there's a modern-day gold rush in the jungle where a new element has been discovered, and countries from all over the world are basically just, like, ignoring international law and invading this country to get it, because anyone who can get it can, like, secure secure themselves as, like, a leader in the years to come. And so it was, you know, there's not a very clear, like, who's the protagonist. Instead, what it was is I divided How come this isn't... I'm like missing something, aren't I? Yeah, so basically what it was is I came up with 60 characters. Oh, no, I'm sorry, 50 characters. I think it was 50, yeah. Yeah, it was 60 episodes, 50 characters. That's where it is. Tiny little thing. And so there were 50 characters, and the characters were divided into 8 teams based on what country they were from. And every episode was told from the perspective of a different character. And so what you would have is like, you would start with one character going out and sort of, over the course of their episode, you would get an idea of, here's why they're here, here's how they justify what they're doing, why they think they're right. And you would also introduce like a villain, like someone who is antagonistic towards them, who they're either afraid of or they want to get revenge on or whatever. And then on the next episode, you would just go to someone else. But it would either be like another person on that team who was like a side character, who like maybe you saw a little bit of but didn't know, or it would jump over to the opposite team. You would see the villain team, the team that was the villain, and see how from their perspective, the person you saw last time is the evil one. And it was a very, very much like a morally gray, every character was kind of like, when I was designing them, I picked like a different philosophy or a different moral code and built them around that. So I think there was like a couple people who were just like kind of evil, who were like nihilists or whatever, but almost everyone has like some kind of justification. And it's just a matter of which one resonates with you. And of course, like what starts out as sort of like tales of these wars in the jungle with these people competing eventually builds up to these awesome anime style fights where whole teams are fighting against each other, and you know all the different people involved. You've held all of their stories. And I specifically designed it so that by the end of it, half of the protagonist would die. So a whole bunch of people, from my perspective, the Jedi are evil. And this is very much in the vein of like shonen stuff. So in addition to having a bunch of characters who all have these different perspectives and everything, they also all had like a unique power. Something that would make them interesting. I was very big into, what was it? When I originally made it, Naruto was just coming out, but I got more into it. One of the things that really stuck with me reading Naruto was, I remember I had like one of the mangas, and there was a thing where the author talked about how, you know, having Rock Lee versus Gaara was, yeah, these two people fighting with cool powers, but also Rock Lee symbolized the power of someone who had nothing and worked all their life to get it, versus Gaara, who was born with incredible power and was almost kind of spoiled by it, who thought themselves better because of it. And having them fight was sort of a moral argument over who would be more powerful, or who had more of a right to lead. And so especially when I was going back doing the like third, fourth draft or whatever of trying to figure things out, I really lent into like, okay, so we've got the guy who basically is like a communist versus the guy who is like a libertarian capitalist, who are both there fighting for their countries and their ideology, and then they get to have a face-off. Where even though their ideals don't get mentioned, the sort of nature of how they fight. Yeah, Nepo baby. And I think I had that exact kind of thing, the Gaara versus Rock Lee. Except for it was, did it have a power system? It had a power system, but it was like very, very vague. It was like basically the power system would allow you to do anything. And so, what was it? The one guy, the sort of like Rock Lee stand-in, was this psychic American guy. He was like the leader of the American team. And his whole thing was that, or his power was basically that he built he would project a psychic version of himself. So like he would stand there and then sort of like this blue energy version of him would walk out of him. And so you would be fighting and he would just stand there with his arms crossed. And like the thing would fight on his behalf. And if you would try to like go past, like, you know, you dodge around the psychic after image and try to attack him, there's like a moment where someone like, well, fuck, I'm not gonna fight this, I'm just gonna fight you, and they go up, and the psychic image just like disappears, and then like a hand comes out of his face and like grabs their hand and like pushes them back. Like they try to kick or they try to shoot him or whatever, and like shields just come up. So like he's a man who is all strategy, he does not have to move. And then sometimes in the battlefield or whatever, he just casually like strolls through the battlefield, and any time someone approaches him, basically like a body double comes out and like chokeholds them on the ground and then disappears. So you have him, and then you have a guy named Kevin. And Kevin's whole thing was, he was a little person. He's like 3'6", but he's jacked as fuck. He's just like, he was born short and people underestimated him, and he decided the best way to prove himself was to be the strongest man in the world. And all he wants to do is like, he's one of the like free agent characters who like is a mercenary essentially, and he's just there because he wants more challenge. And there's a point where like they're like, how does his powers work? Like, how do we find out? And they're like, I forget the name of it, the word for like people who use powers in this universe, but they're like, he doesn't have any. And they're like, what do you mean he doesn't have any? He can't be that strong. He's literally like bending steel with his hands. And they're like, he's just that strong. And so you have him like face off where like this guy who, my man's 3'3", this like little guy who was just able to like completely dodge past the psychic guy's shields and like hit him. He just trained that much. That's the thing, is like, at the time I was like, it's such a cool idea to have all these super powered people and then have one guy who is just more powerful through virtue of hard work. But and then it's like One Punch Man came out like a few years later. And it's like, now he just reads kind of like One Punch Man. But there's just this really cool thing of like, this psychic guy who every time you see him, he's like one of the alpha characters. He's the leader of the American team. Anytime he shows up, it's like a quick, clean sweep. And then he just happens to run into like this little camp from this small little country that can't even field its own people, that has hired this mercenary. And he like sends this like, oh, go pin that guy. And Kevin just like pushes the psychic thing out of the way. And he's like, what? And he like goes up and Kevin just like flicks him in the forehead. And he's just getting more and more flustered trying to stop this guy, trying to find some way to stop him. And he eventually like kind of unlocks more of his powers, where up until this point he's only made like a double that's like the size of him. But as this psychic guy is getting more and more angry, the psychic projection of him gets bigger and bigger, until finally he has this like moment where it's like a 2-story tall version of him is just trying to punch Kevin into the ground. The psychic man takes damage. And then so he's 2-story psychic projection trying to punch this like 3-foot guy. And he just like winds up, punches the psychic fist. And you see this like ripple through the air as the fist just kind of like deteriorates into smoke. And it like ripples through until it gets to the psychic guy. and then like blood just shoots out of his nose, eyes roll back into his head, fall over on the ground. Where he's just like, he punched your psychic projection so hard you took brain damage. And then of course, anytime you see that guy after that fight, it's like, oh fuck, Kevin's here. It's you know, if you're a power scaler, you'd probably love the series. Okay, we're almost done with this. Let's get one more. And that was the thing. It was just like, it starts out kind of slow and then just builds to like all the hypest moments in Aura I could come up with when I was a teenager. And a couple more when I was in college. You fought so hard, you broke his mind. Let's see. We're going to... Yeah, the other big guy there, what was it? The three... I was like, do I tell about this? But it's like, at this point, who even knows if this show will come out, or not show, but comic or whatever. The three, like, top tier, the strongest guys. Like, Kevin's there, and then there's, I forget a lot of their names. I have them all written down. Oops. Kevin's there. There is a guy who his whole thing is that he absorbs sound. He absorbs sound, like all the ambient sound around him. Let me make this a little bigger here real quick. Okay. He absorbs all the ambient sound around him, and then like the sound waves kind of like reverberate around him, so it just makes him invincible. Like nothing can get close to him because he's just surrounded by an aura of like vibrating air. Where like the closer you get to him, you just kind of get pushed back to him, or pushed back away from him. And there's like a moment where like, I think the first time he appears, there's like a, or what was it? You see him like once or twice and you have no idea what he is. You just know like two people are having a conversation and suddenly their voices get quieter and quieter and they're like kind of confused, and then he like walks by and they're like hitting like stuff, like they're trying to make sounds and nothing happens. And then he gets away and they're like, what was that? And they're like, don't mess with him. When the music fights back, yeah. And so there's a moment where like there's a big warehouse and all like there's a big team battle, everyone's fighting. And then suddenly you start to hear this weird like metal whining sound where it's like steel is like being bent. And then they look over and one of the walls of the warehouse is just slowly bending inwards until the wall like breaks open. And that guy walks in, and as he walks in, like all the noise and all the din of battle just slowly quiets down to complete silence. Weaponized metal pipe falling. And then like immediately a bunch of people throw projectiles at him that just hit and reflect back and start doing damage to people. Other people try to run up and attack him and get like completely devastated. Like he just walks slowly towards people, and it's one of those, like he can't really get up to you to hurt you, but if he walks towards you, there is no recourse but to run. He is an immovable object. And then like he basically disperses this team fight. He stops at like anyone else from dying by appearing. With his powers being sound-based, are you able to move faster than sound? Would you be able to bypass or pierce the guy's personal sound barrier? No. Because the barrier around him is like several waves of sound. Maybe. I don't know, not everything is plugged out, but it was that, like, even Kevin couldn't get close to this guy. There is only one character that can, that has possibly a threat to him. It's the second time he shows up. There's someone who can threaten this guy, who is arguably the strongest. What was it? Let me zoom out here real quick. He can punch noise, though. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there would be people who are like, why don't he just punch the noise? Just punch harder. Yeah, there's one guy who can pierce what he's trying to do. And when he does, like the second battle they have, the second time he shows up at a battle, there's someone who can face him. And that's when you find out that if he's threatened, he can release all the sound at once in a shockwave that hits like an explosion that just like completely flattens everything around him. Oh, he can he can bomb, but then afterwards all the sound comes back and he's vulnerable for a short time until he can build up the sound again. So that's what you gotta do, is basically force him to use his ability and then attack him before he can build back up again. Bait it out, yeah. So who can threaten the invincible sound barrier guy? That would be, there's a girl who has, the only way I can describe it is, her power is swords from nowhere. She's another one where, like, they are unsure if her power is actually, because all the other powers are fairly limited. They're either technology-based, or the power system is kind of based off, I don't want to get into it, but it's something that, like, basically it affects you personally for the most part. But hers just seems like mystical. And you don't find out like what her actual story is until like the very, very end. But the idea is, well, I say they're swords, but they have a very unique design. They're basically like big blades. They're like these 3-foot long blades that are just like 3 foot long, about 3 or 4 inches thick, and like slanted on one end, and they have a handle at the end. But it doesn't look like a samurai sword or a knight sword. It looks kind of like a weird, actually I could probably draw it here real quick. It's a very simple design. I guess it's kind of like a buster sword. It's not nearly that big though. It's like this big and like this wide across. But they just kind of look like this. And so it's like, basically someone shoots a gun at her, and from out of the horizon, a sword just kind of flies through the sky and intercepts the bullet. Someone tries to get close to her and a sword will come down and stick through them. The story of what happened to Bob Ross after he died is depressing. A sad state of affairs, to be certain. Love a good Tanto point. I don't know what that is. And the thing about it is that, like, the amount of swords she seems capable of generating are infinite. So like someone comes up with a machine gun and they're like, brrrt, and just from all these different directions, swords just flying in, like a constant stream of them, one for every bullet, so that like the ground is just like porcupined with hundreds of swords. She doesn't seem to even be like aware of it. Like they will protect her while she's sleeping if she's not paying attention. She just automatically summons sword as a defensive ability, yeah. And kind of like the sound guy, she doesn't even like attack anyone. She's basically a mercenary for hire. Most of the strongest people are not on a specific team because they would be too, they're all like these rogue agents. Oops, wrong one. We need to, yeah, so she's like a mercenary and they basically just pay her to like walk through a battlefield. Like, hey, this is going on. Can you walk around here? Sure. If you see this guy, walk towards him. Just stand in this location. No one will be able to... We need to destroy this base. Can you walk through it? Sure. You're paying, right? And so that's where you find out is basically, eventually, her whole thing, what was it? She's the nihilist. Although her whole story arc is her kind of like finding a reason to fight. Because she doesn't really understand where the swords come from and she kind of finds them a hassle. It's really cool, yeah. So eventually someone like, you know, convinces her to help them out. And then the sound guy shows up. And so you have this like sound guy versus sword girl. And they just slowly walking towards each other. And as she starts to get close to him, like swords start coming in, but as they hit the shield, they just like bend or move away. And she just like, both of them refusing to back down. But as they get closer, like eventually the sword just becomes like, it's like a tidal wave. It's like a river of swords flying in from the horizon, just hitting this wall of sound and like bouncing off. Like this is another battle that takes place like in a factory, and as the swords are flying out and hitting the wall or whatever, you just see from outside and like walls and pieces of it start slowly falling apart. The swords start like flying into the sky. It's just like these two grinders, and you see the sound guy eventually like one of the swords like nicks him on the arm. And he's like, fuck. And so that's when he does the explosion thing. And that's enough to knock her back. Okay. I'm just about satisfied with this, chat. I think it's about as good as it's gonna get at MS Paint. I just want to fix up this a little bit. Yeah, let me... Yeah, funnily enough, what was it? The final guy I'll mention real quick while we're here. I guess I'll have to do this manually. There's a character from... I should also mention, I called a guy American earlier. Because when I originally made this, I wanted it to be like... I was kind of inspired by G Gundam, if you've ever seen that. I really like these stories where like, oh, you get to have all these people from all these different countries. And then when I went back to do a rewrite, I realized it was just full of stereotypes. So I got rid of the worst stereotypes, but I also just didn't want people to read like real world politics into it. So I actually spent all this time doing alternate history stuff. to specifically create a world that was different enough from our own that, like, you couldn't read specifically, like, he's not an American, he's a Colombian. But Colombia in this is the United States of Colombia, which looks very much like America, but doesn't include Texas, because Texas is an independent nation. It's actually called Tejas, which also absorbed Mexico. And then at some point, America, that's funny because this was way before Trump, but like America bought Greenland. So you have like the United States of Colombia, that is America minus Texas plus Greenland. Yeah, Texas would become its own country. And so there's a guy who's European, but he's like, it's not like Europe. It's like a kind of weird amalgamation of Europe. You predicted the future. Well, America's tried to buy it several times. Also, wow, this took way longer than I thought it was, but people enjoyed the podcast. Let's go ahead, blow this up. I think it turned out pretty darn good for being an MS Paint. There's not a whole lot of shading, but if I showed this to you, you would know what it is. This took a long, I was here for like an hour and a half, the poor editor. I was like, maybe I could do some art lessons. No, that's gonna be a montage, but I hope you enjoyed the montage of things that happened, and hopefully you liked the art. I'd like to think I can maybe, I'll probably post it on Blue Sky or something if you want to download this or use it. Who knows, maybe we'll find some way to use this, but it's nice to try out our art. Hopefully next time we won't get something this difficult, or maybe I can try like a different art style. Try that out and see how it works. Either way, let's go ahead and just stream number 2. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. Make it a playmat. We'll save this as a JPEG. Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? Okay. It's distracting. But yeah, real quick, again, you get me on this topic, I can talk about this story for like years and years. The other like top tier guy, one of the top tier guys, is actually, it's like a little kid. He's a little German boy. Although he's, what was it? He's not like natural, he's like adopted German, but he works for the European Union, essentially. And his whole thing is, he doesn't have psychic power, or he doesn't have like the psychic powers or whatever. Instead, he pilots a like mech that the European Union has developed, where like his episode is really cool when it first starts out, because it has this cool bait and switch where you start out following like, oh, there's this team of scientists, including this like square-jawed, really like heroic coded guy who's like, we've invented this new machine that'll revolutionize warfare. And it's like 8 feet tall, and it has like it's vaguely human shaped, and it has a capsule on the back that can fit like 2 or 3 people in it, and it's like remote operated. It's basically like a drone. It's a drone, and the idea is you can send it into battle. You can send it into battle, and it can rescue people and then get them out of battle. The big thing about it, though, is that like operating it is very, very complex. It takes like a whole team of people, because the way it moves is because the way it moves is so complicated, you have to kind of program some things of it in advance. And so like when they introduce this team of like the square-jawed guy, and then like he's got like a mousy assistant who's like this young girl who's trying to prove herself, and then like 4 or 5 other scientists, and then you've got this like kid who's like 12, and they're like, oh, he's a prodigy. He's like a mathematics genius. Like he helped make a lot of this and programmed it, like, he did a whole bunch of programming shit. They're like, isn't it dangerous to bring him in the battlefield? It's like, yes, but we need him. And so the episode starts with, we're going out to field test this. And basically, as soon as they get out into the battlefield, like, they hear gunshots, and he's like, okay, let's prepare, and then a stray bullet just, like, hits the guy in the dome, and he dies. And then the perspective switches to, like, the mousy assistant, and she's like, this is my chance. I gotta take it up, like, I've gotta do what he would want to do. We're gonna continue doing this. And then they start, and immediately, like, a grenade goes off and kills her. And basically, within the first 10 pages, or not the first, but the entire story, the first, like, 3/4 of it is just, this entire team switching from them to them, where every single one of them gets wiped out, until it's just the kid. And then you get to see, like, they have a moment from the kid's perspective, where he gets to narrate, and he's just like, the world is math. Everything is math. Everything, including your thoughts, including your actions, can be complicated, or can be calculated. The calculations are immensely complex. They are beyond the scope of what most humans are capable of. But I am not most humans. And he gets the device, the control device that's supposed to take like 3 people to operate, and he gets into the back of the machine where it's supposed to protect people, and he operates it from inside of it and pilots it, and he can basically predict everything that everyone in the battlefield is going to do before they do it, and then program the machine to just run around and like kill people, tear shit up, block things, save a couple people, and get out. And it never said in like explicitly, but it's highly implied that he basically set the situation up so that everyone would get killed, so that he could have this machine to himself. That everything was premeditated. And basically after he proves that the machine is not like, he's like, the drone is like, it was originally intended to rescue people, but we could make it faster. We could make it stronger. And so afterwards he tunes it up, and it gets to the point where like, yeah, it can run about 180 miles per hour. And so he just goes into the, not 100, what was it? I think I got it down. I like calculated, I'm like, what's this? I did stupid stuff because I was still learning to write, but I did calculate, I'm like, okay, if this was made out of titanium, how fast would it be able to move before it broke apart? And it's like, about 130 miles an hour. And so it's just like, yeah, they like drop him into a battlefield, and he's like analyzing the situation, and he's got all these like little drones that can see outside, and he's just like calculates everything and just programs like the next 15 minutes of what he's going to do into the machine, knowing where everyone's going to end up. And this machine is just like zooming through, punching through steel, and anyone who comes up against it, you know, an unseen variable, like a fighter approaches. What are the chances of defeat? Like 97%, 98%. Every time he runs into someone, it is just like an absolute slaughter, because as soon as he sees how your powers work and understands what you can do, there's really no way, because he can figure out what you're going to do until he runs into Kevin. And then he's like watching Kevin move around, he's like, this doesn't make sense. Someone can't, like, it's physically impossible to be that powerful. He can, like, a human body cannot withstand that kind of pressure. He has to have some kind of, like, power, some kind of magic, and he keeps, like, calculating and recalculating everything. And so they have this final, like, every time he runs into him, it's like, chance of survival, 70%. And he's so used to things being, like, 90, 95. He sees a 70, and he's like, no, I'm out. I leave. I refuse. The strongest man versus the strongest maths. Yeah. And he basically kind of becomes obsessed. he becomes obsessed with defeating Kevin, and Kevin becomes obsessed with beating him, because Kevin is like, this guy is clearly one of the strongest guys. If I can beat him, I can beat anything. And the math guy is just like, he's a variable I can't account for, and that terrifies me. And so one of the big climactic, like the end of the last arc, has to do with the math guy setting up a long string of situations and kind of sabotaging his own country's interests, so he can establish a situation where he and Kevin can fight, and the chances of success are exactly 50%. He's like, that's as high as I can get them. I can only get them to 50. And so you have this like moment where like chapter ends like Kevin versus the math man. Who will win? Lore. Does he like die or kill people and stuff? I would imagine there would be problems with putting a kid character in that kind of story. It's like a shonen thing, you know. How many kid mech pilots are there? Plus, I mean, I have to do something. I mean, I'm gonna tell a story about war. I'm at least going to try to do some stuff about the terribleness of war, including like child soldiers and stuff. I mean, the story gets dark. It deals with some philosophical topics at times, but it's all within like the shonen like framing of it. But yeah, I should also. So here's the thing. I've planned this whole story out in terms of like I said, there's 50 characters, there's 60 episodes. And I have a journal where I've written down, like, I have a synopsis, like a long, detailed synopsis of all 60 episodes. What perspective they're from, what happens. There's basically 5 seasons of like 12 episodes. What is this? No, this is the other story that I originally wanted to write that Legend of Lefty was like practice for this story. So this is, I think I called it Gadium Wars, or maybe just Gadium, because that was the name of the metal that everyone was trying to get. I might rename it in some point. Just call it Gadium for short. But so the whole like first 5 seasons worth, 5 years worth of episodes would be these 5 arcs. Like I have that all planned out, but it ends with like I said, there's not really like a main character, but there is one character who gets multiple episodes. Like the first episode is theirs, they have an episode exactly in the middle, and the last episode is theirs. So it bookends with their journey. And they're also a kid who gets caught up in things, who has a very powerful power, who, through all the convoluted circumstances of the story, ends up being on every single team at one point or another during the story. A lot of the story has him like, you know, he's kind of a neutral guy. He doesn't know what to believe. He lost his family in the war, and he kind of falls under the sway of everyone. And so the final story is like, or the final episode is kind of him getting the chance to join any team and deciding who is right, and him deciding that war is never worth it and deciding to just leave, that he's just going to abandon the country rather than help anyone with any of their goals. And then there's season 2. Or I guess it would be like the equivalent of Naruto Shippuden or whatever. Like there's the first 5 seasons, and then the main guy leaves, and then there's a time skip where eventually he comes back as an adult, or not an adult. It would be, yeah, he would be an adult because he's like 14, I think. Yeah, he's 14 when the series starts, and then he comes back like 6 years later. And it's basically he comes back and he has been training the whole time. And he's like, I finally found something worth fighting for. And he's like a menace. He's one of the like top tier people. What was it? He's one of the top tier people. And when he leaves, the sword girl goes with him. And so does Kevin. And so he and Kevin and the sword girl come back and they've all been training. Or what was it? Kevin doesn't come back. Because that would be the, yeah, I can give spoilers or whatever, because again, who knows if this will even be in the same, thing, but this is at least the original planning. Was, you know, we get the final thing of Kevin versus the math guy, and of course they do an anime thing where at the very end they rush past each other. What was it? They rush past each other and they like connect with a punch, and the punch shatters Kevin's like hand. Like his arm like fucking explodes. But it also completely destroys the machine. So the machine is gone, but Kevin loses an arm. And then like Kevin turns around to see the machine, like he rips open to find the pilot and then sees it's a kid and is like, fuck. It's like he's not going, like, even if the kid is evil and the kid was his menace, he's like, he has enough morals not to do that. Well, plus he realizes without the machine, you know, he can't fight back. So Kevin's kind of disgusted with everything and he leaves. How far back do I have to hear the stream? It'd be like an hour or so. At least, maybe 2 hours. So Kevin leaves, the sword girl leaves, that guy leaves, or yeah, the main protagonist. And when it comes back in like Arc 2, Kevin has died. He's died because the unfortunate thing is when you have like really severe dwarfism, it comes with a whole lot of other medical problems, and losing an arm didn't help. But you basically found out, what was it? He dies. There's another character who's like a really, really good character who's like fighting for his family, who like has this big dramatic moment in the last arc, but ends up dying trying to save everyone. And Kevin rescues his family. Or what was it? His wife gets killed too. But he rescues this guy's daughter. And Kevin trains the daughter during the time skip. So basically you come back and there's like Kevin, but it's like on a woman now. Kevin 2. Yeah. So Kevin 2 is here, and she's there to like, I'm there to get revenge on the math guy who is now an adult, and has rebuilt the machine even stronger, and on the people who killed her family. Do you have like any writings or any, all this is tucked away somewhere? I have quite a bit of the writing. I have a lot of shit. Although I think this is yeah, this is version 1. Because again, I mentioned that like, I wrote this, I tried to make it as a comic book, and then my artist, after trying for a few years, quit. And so I went back and completely rewrote it. And so I have like little character profiles for like all the you could see the like guy who makes the psychic clone. You could see originally the sword girl was a guy. That was what was it? A lot of the things were a lot of the problems with the original version was that in order to get my friends interested, I had made a bunch of characters who were named after my friends. And whose arcs were kind of like based off stuff they suggested or they wanted. And as a result, it didn't really work as well, because if you're going to have a big ensemble cast and that cast is going to fight each other with ideals, then they need to represent pure ideals. They can't be like fully fleshed out characters. They have to kind of be stand-ins. And so I went back and I completely, like, I took all the best powers and all the cool character designs and I kept them, but I completely redid their names. I redid their backstories. I changed I basically rewrote the entire plot from scratch. And one of the things I wanted to do is, I wanted to have, again, when I did this, it was based originally kind of off of G Gundam, in the sense that, like, I love this idea of having someone for every country, but I didn't want to go by stereotypes. So I wanted, like, everyone to be represented. I wanted a hero for everyone. And so I made a list of, like, okay, 60% of the cast is going to be male, 40% is going to be female. This many percentage is going to be like black, this percentage is going to be Latino, this percentage is going to be Asian. We're going to have, I think it was like 3 characters who are under the age of 18, who are like child soldiers. We're going to have, I just broke up the age gap where I was like, there's 3 people who are under 18, there's the vast majority are like 18 to 30, and then there's a couple people who are like elderly, who are like really old, who are much older. And then what I did is I sat down and I rolled dice to determine randomly what gender, race, and age every character would be. So we're one of those characters from Super Texas? Yeah. I believe so. It wouldn't be on like these things. Let me see, do I have anyone else that's like, yeah. Yeah, a lot of these characters have been cut out. I'm trying to remember. The first one had like a chicken. Yeah, if I sit here and go through it, I'll be here forever. And I do need to get going. Well, hopefully you enjoyed this weird podcast where I talked about this project. You have any other questions before I leave? Before I get out of here? I could do stuff, but yeah, it's probably good to call it there. I gave away a whole bunch of character arcs. It's one of those things that's like, I have a bunch of, it's funny because like, I'm not sure if I'm really good at like hype and aura these days, but I had so many good ideas when I was a teenager. And I think it's really good to like, now that I'm a better writer, I can tap into what teenage me thought was cool and present that with modern themes and like writing skill. Can you post the art to Discord? Again, a lot of this, like, I don't think I want to, like, necessarily post the art. Especially because a lot of these... What was his... Yeah, like, I guess I could show some of the... Oh, the Aneacraft art. Gotcha. Yeah, I can post that, I'll post it in, real quick. Where did I save that? It was in this one. But yeah, hopefully someday I'll come back to that. But we have to get Lefty out first. And then I think the next project after that is 56 Lives. And who knows what I'll be up to at that point. What would I put it in? It would be in the... where's the ladder climb section? There it is. Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. Oh, fuck. I forgot to write down the... I'll have to look at the time code. Are you planning on writing the tragedy of Old Blue? Only if, the legend of Lefty, like, gets super, super big. Is there a new Lefty chapter coming out this week? Yeah, there'll be one out. I'll probably work on that later tonight, and it'll be up this morning. Wednesday, sometime late Wednesday or early Wednesday morning. But yeah, so that's up there. I'm gonna get going. Let's go find someone to raid. And we'll be back on Thursday. We'll be doing more of this.